Bonjour, bienvenue. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I want to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on the unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. I'll ask the committee coordinator to do roll call, please.
Councillor Lulak.
Present.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Curley.
Here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor King.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Giroux.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You're a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there any declarations of interest? Right. Confirmation of minutes from October 3rd, 2023. Are the minutes carried? Carried. Item 4 is the Finance and Corporate Services Department. 4.1, the 2023 mid-year procurement year in review. Is that received? Item 4.2, amendments to the corporate business case and project management policy and framework. Is that carried? Carried. Item 5, legal services. Item 5.1 is the Community Partners Insurance Program. There's a presentation on that and some delegations, so we'll hold that. Item 6.1 is the 2023 City of Ottawa Community Improvement Plan Program Review, and there's a presentation and delegations on that, so we'll hold that as well. Item 6.2 is, bless you, the acquisition of 170 Colonnade Road. Is that carried? Item 6.3 is the acquisition lease for transitional housing for families. There are delegations, so we'll hold that. Item 7.1 is stage 2 LRT contingency funding and general operational budget. I'll note there's one written submission. Is that carried? Okay, we can deal with those. Sure. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Gower. Do you have questions as well, Councillor Brock? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Gower.
Okay, just for clarity, the new funding that we're being asked to approve today is about $152 million. That's the total amount in new funding through this?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yes.
And that, if my math is right, is about just over 3% of the total budget, current budget
That is
for
correct.
LRT stage 2?
Yes.
Okay. We had always presented this to the public as the cost was being covered a third by municipal, provincial, federal. Does staff have a rough number of where we sit now with the changes that are in front of us?
Mr. Mayor, I can get that for you and send it off to you if that works for you.
Okay, yeah, between now and council, I think
Yes.
it'd be helpful to understand where that ratio sits currently.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. All right, is that carried then? Carried, thank you. Item 8, I guess we'll come back to that, the motions of which notice has previously been given. Yeah, so we'll go back to item 5.1, which is the Community Partners Insurance Program. And I know we have some delegations, but before that, we will hear a presentation from the acting city clerk, David White. Good morning.
Do believe there's a slide deck.
There we go.
Bonjour, membres de la comité. Good morning, committee members.
In terms of the overview of the proposed changes to the Community Partners Insurance Program, just with acknowledging that this is a difficult decision. And it's been a difficult discussion. The current arrangement under the CPIP has been in place for more than 2 decades. And by definition, it existed prior to amalgamation. That said, that it is a difficult discussion says a lot about the quality of the city of Ottawa's residents and of its communities. And it's apparent that the city is fortunate in that it has thousands of residents who feel passionately about their communities and who, out of a spirit of volunteerism, are driven to become engaged in improving the lives of their neighbors. And that's something that I think we want to acknowledge and be thankful for. And what staff are proposing in this is not intended to diminish that in any way. And so we understand, I think staff understands the concerns that have been expressed about the uncertain future of the CPIP, and particularly among groups that have benefited from the fixed program over the course of the last 22 years. But we're also mindful of the concerns that have been expressed by those that haven't had access to the support that's provided in that fixed program. And in effect, with the 2-tiered systems the city has had in place since 2001. So what I'm here to kind of provide you an overview of today is really staff's best effort to address the disparity and to do that in a way that puts all groups on a level playing field, that seeks to extend the same kinds of protections, that legal protection that the city currently offers to its community rink partners and community gardens, to those groups that partner with Mr. Chenier's team in Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services, those that manage city buildings, city community halls on behalf of the city, or that have responsibility for community programming. And as a last measure, and this is something that's been a recurring theme in what we've heard, and we're also looking to reduce the insurance burden that the city imposes through its own agreements and its own requirements on groups that are looking to undertake community building activities. So from a staff perspective, we believe what is proposed aligns with council and the public's expectations in terms of the use of public funds, and more particularly with the direction that this committee gave staff in September of this year. So on slide 2, you'll see there's l'aperçu. Je vais
An overview here. I'll give you the context of the insurance program for the Community Partners Insurance Program, the history of the program.
Challenges and some of the considerations, the recommended approach, and then subject to this committee and council's approval, the next steps in that regard. So what we currently have in place is in effect a 2-tiered system. We've got a fixed program, we have an open program. Fixed program are those groups whose insurance for commercial general liability is funded by the city, paid, and the open program, anyone participating in that program is required to procure their own insurance or to pay for it to the city. And just by way of a very brief background, that system has actually been in place since 2001. And in the first few months of the newly amalgamated city, there was a decision to grandparent those groups whose insurance was paid in their former municipality. And so that has existed since that time for the 22 odd years. And if you look at the groups that are contained in the fixed program, there's that list that was circulated last week. You see there's quite a diversity of groups. Some are sports groups, others are formed around arts and cultural pursuits, and some are styled as community associations. And when you look at that range and the variety of kinds of activities that are undertaken, it becomes easier to understand the concerns that were expressed back in 2001 when this matter first came forward. And that was about establishing clear criteria for eligibility. And at that time, the estimate was that there were 5,000 or 6,000 essentially similarly situated groups operating in the city of Ottawa. And so with that decision in 2001, in effect, that gave rise to the creation of a program that's unique in Ontario, and to our knowledge, unique across any kind of large municipalities across Canada. So if we actually, I think I'm already on to slide 4. So driven largely by increasing cost of insurance over the last few years, certainly this year, the city has experienced it That two-tiered system that's been in place for 20 odd years has generated criticism, mainly from groups that were excluded from that 2001 decision, or those that have come into being since. I believe it was referred to in the media over the weekend as the insanely inequitable program. But there have also been concerns expressed about the structure of the program, about the type of the insurance that it provides, liability, but not director and officer's liability and things like that, as well as the varying amounts that the deductible, and that's the amount that, of course, groups are required to fund themselves. There have also been concerns around the absence of accountability measures to ensure that there is an appropriate use of city funding, taxpayer funding, and some lingering questions just about how that two-tiered system came to be 22 years ago. So in canvassing the community earlier this year, and feedback that we've heard directly from groups through members' offices, we've also understood that the city's own insurance requirements, those that we impose, those have become a burden, and they become a disincentive for groups that want to take part in city-sponsored initiatives in their communities. And we've heard through that feedback that groups are facing a range of financial challenges. Insurance is one of them, alongside charges, membership fees, and other kinds of things. So if you look on slide 5, we've had a further challenge. I've outlined this in the past, in that the city has struggled to find an insurer willing to underwrite the Community Partners Insurance Program. The insurer we had on board for the 2022-2023 renewal declined to renew. And it was only kind of at the last minute that one insurer finally did step forward. But given the lack of interest in the insurance industry, the lack of competition in terms of competing bids, it just doesn't leave us a lot of ability to negotiate better terms for the city and for community groups. And it also puts at risk the viability of that program. Again, and the reason for that is it is foreseeable that there will no longer be any interest in the insurance industry as they scale down the amount of risk that they're prepared to keep on their books. So in terms of looking for a way to stabilize the city's support and appreciate, and also just given the interest in the program and those concerns that were expressed 20 years ago around the potential expansion and the cost to the city as to the financial viability of that. And just to give you a sense, right now, the city, it costs the city about $234,000 today to provide insurance for 124 groups on the fixed program. So even if only 10% of those groups identified in 2001, if it was expanded to include those, we'd be looking at approximately $1 million. And so there are concerns about the financial viability of that going forward, and certainly any expansion of it. And so in terms of looking at options, certainly there was a realization that the CPIP was an effective form of city financial support for a limited number of groups, but it was one that was outside the standard and kind of accepted funding processes. And as such, it doesn't, as it sits today, have the same kinds of accountability, transparency, those kinds of measures that are intended to ensure the legitimacy and viability of organizations that receive public funding, and to ensure that that funding is going to advance City Council's most important priorities. So on slide 6, in essence, the staff recommendation is founded on an acknowledgement that while it's framed as an insurance issue, what we're really talking about is a funding one, and appreciating that insurance is one part of the puzzle in terms of support for community-based groups. So to meet the committee's recommendation or the committee's direction, staff are recommending that the cost of providing that funding for the fixed program, those 124 groups, be reallocated to the community funding framework that was adopted by council in 2019 and is now administered by the Community and Social Services Department. The other part of that is that staff are recommending that we bring those other groups, those other RCFS partners, like community rinks, those groups that are maintaining city facilities, that are providing community programming, We bring them under that same umbrella and offer them that same level of legal protection that we currently offer to community ranks. And the last bit is with respect to the insurance. That's work that I've already asked my office to undertake in partnership with Mr. Chenier's team around identifying the types of agreements the city has in place, what the insurance requirements are in those, and whether they are really necessary, and whether we are in effect disincentivizing groups from wanting to participate in those kinds of initiatives. So in terms of the why, you look to slide 7. From staff's perspective, moving funding into the community funding framework effectively standardizes how the city supports communities. It meets that objective of equality and an equitable system, putting all groups on a level playing field, funding requests to be determined by that same standard set of criteria and subject to the same rules around public funding, accountability, transparency. And those criteria, those exist in the CFF as a means of ensuring the viability of those groups. And so just for the community's edification, those criteria require that an organization receiving funding be a nonprofit organization that's been in existence for at least 2 years, but they have an organizational mandate that aligns to the community funding framework priorities, that they are able to demonstrate financial viability, that they operate in a non-discriminatory manner, that they operate by virtue of a democratically elected board of directors or steering committee, and that they remain in good standing with the city and obviously located in the city and serve its residents. So those criteria are baked into, for want of a better term, into that community funding framework. And that was part of the attraction of what staff were proposing in terms of moving that funding over there. And as I say, it also ensures that that funding is directed at meeting council's priorities that it determines. And perhaps most of all, it ensures stability in that funding in that it is not subject to the vagaries of the insurance industry and their willingness to underwrite and participate in what is currently the CPIP. So if we go to the next slide. In terms of some of the other advantages, and staff appreciate, it does put the onus on groups to secure their own insurance, as the vast majority of groups already do. But it also means that they'll have the flexibility to come up with a package that meets their needs. And those needs, as you've seen, that just from the diversity of groups that are currently in the program, just how different those can be. And it is likely that given that there are groups whose insurance needs may be met on at a much more cost-effective basis, and that funding will presumably then go further. So in effect, it's an enhancement of the funding that's provided. And the other part of that is there are any number of even small local insurers that are willing to take on business with a community group or a community association who aren't in a position to be able to support a large program like the CPIP for the city. So in conclusion, I think it's staff's position that the proposal offers the best way to address the current inequity in the Community Partners Insurance Program, kind of brings it into that two-tier system and brings it within the kind of standard funding framework that applies for community support. So in terms of next steps on the next slide, if approved, that funding would be reallocated to the community funding framework as part of the 2024 budget. We will be moving to broaden our coverage and our protection for those other similarly situated groups to community ranks. And we'd be undertaking that review, which will happen, I'll be honest, that'll happen in any event, to review the insurance requirements in those various agreements. And the purpose of the timing is also the current insurance program is in effect until June of 2024. It doesn't operate on a calendar year. And so there's an opportunity for any groups that may not, or that may be required to secure their own insurance through that opportunity to do so prior to the expiry of that policy. So subject to questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We'll get to questions after we hear from the delegations. Just before we go to the delegations, though, if there are any motions that anyone would like to make for that would be on the table before the delegations. Okay. All right, then we'll move to the delegations. We'll start with Alex Cullen from the Federation of Citizens Associations. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, members of committee and council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Alex Cullen. I'm speaking on behalf of the Federation of Citizens Associations. Can I have the next slide, please? So the FCA is the federation that is an umbrella group for 70 community associations in Ottawa, from Canada to Barhaven to Orleans to the downtown. We have member associations in 21 of the city's 24 wards. We've been in existence for over 50 years. We hold monthly meetings of our members, engage our members in committees and working groups, and we are frequently consulted by the city. Next slide, please. So our interventions coming to this issue, and Mr. White talked about the difficult discussions. It has been. Our members have been bringing concerns of the city's insurance coverage policies to our general meetings since 2021, particularly due to the city's two-tiered approach in the Community Partnership Insurance Program, providing insurance coverage for community activities. The FCA appeared at the November 21 meeting of Community and Protective Services Committee regarding the inequity of insurance coverage for community outdoor rinks. The FCA proposed a joint FCA city staff review of the city's CPIP. However, committee at that time directed staff to review the CPIP to remove the inequity and consult with community groups. In May 20, next slide, please. In May 2022, city staff presented its review of the CPIP to Finance and Economic Development Committee. Staff had not consulted with community groups in developing this report. The report recommendations would have restricted city insurance coverage to only those groups with a service agreement with the city. The city opposed this recommendation as it left out many community activities. The FCA recommended be referred back to city staff with instruction to consult with community groups. FEDCO referred the report to council without endorsement. Council did not endorse the report and instead directed staff to consult with community groups in developing a revised CPIP. Next slide, please. So the municipal election intervened, and due to the lame duck status of city council, no work was further done, at least no consultation was conducted by city staff with community groups on revising the CPIP. However, a questionnaire was put in 2023 on community insurance issues on the website Engage Ottawa. The results of the questionnaire, however, have not been shared with the FCA. In May 2023, a memo from staff to council on the status of the CPIP, which was not shared with community groups, indicated that a report would be coming to committee on the CPIP as part of the 2024 budget process. Next slide, please. So we appeared at this past September meeting of Finance and Corporate Services Committee asking, one, that the FCA be consulted on the development of the staff report for the 2024 budget on this matter, and that any increase in insurance costs not be passed on to community groups. At the September meeting, Finance and Corporate Services Committee adopted the following direction to staff. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read it all out. You're all familiar with it, but 2 points are highlighted. That the staff to bring forward a proposal that would preserve or enhance the city's financial support for community-based groups and minimize the city-imposed burden of insurance costs. That was the direction. Next slide, please. So on Halloween, October 31, staff held an information session for community groups regarding the future of the CPIP. 160 community groups were invited. That approximately reflects the number of neighborhoods in this city, by the way. 133 attended this 1-hour session. Questions were moderated by a consultant using the chat function. Obviously, not all the questions could be answered due to the short time allowed at that session. Here we learned that the outdoor community rinks and community gardens would be covered, continue to be covered under the city's general liability insurance. Fine. We also learned that community groups with service agreements involving city facilities would also be covered by the city's general liability insurance. Good news. We learned then of the staff recommendations going to this meeting to end the CPIP and fold it into the city's community funding framework. I'm sure you're all familiar with this community funding framework.
You have
So-
about 30, you have about 30 seconds left, just so you know.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have about 6 slides left, and I beg the committee's indulgence because the FCA has been very much seized with this issue. So Mr. White has talked about the amalgamation that created the CPIP. At that time, it was 180 groups. The report today refers to 124. 73 of them are community associations. 51 are composed of non-neighborhood groups. Could I go on to slide 11, please?
So that's time. If you just want to give a 15-second wrap up, and then I'm sure people will have questions for you.
All right. So let's go to slide 17 and 18. So I will wrap up on these 2 slides. We believe the city has a genuine will to support community-based activities that community associations provide. That takes advantage of thousands of hours of volunteer work. It's clear the city recognizes the inequity of the program. So do we. We understand the city's concern about moving from the CPIP to an open-ended program. The staff talk about 5,000, 6,000 organizations. We believe the program can be devised. This is slide 18. Next one, please.
Very quickly, please.
We believe the program can be devised to support neighborhood-based activities provided by community groups serving that neighborhood. In Ottawa, there's about 160 of these neighborhoods. Ottawa Neighborhood Study can verify that for you. We believe there should be eligibility requirements. No problem there. We would like to work with recreation, culture, and facilities, and because they understand community rinks and community associations and community and social services
That's
who have
time.
experience in
Thank
this.
you.
And we think we have time to do this before the end of June of this year.
Thank you. Questions from any members? Okay. Councilor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cullen. I got an email yesterday from a concerned community group, the Heron Park Community Association, and they told me in no uncertain terms that without that type of coverage, they couldn't continue as a community association. Because this is required coverage for a whole bunch of events that they do and things that they do. And they don't have a lot of money. It's different than some other community associations which have a bit more. So I guess is your contention that we should be opening this up to other community associations, perhaps with a different set of coverages that is not as widespread as what is currently covered? Or is your position that we should only cover the current community associations and groups in there now with the current coverage?
No, thank you, Councillor. We agree that the CPIP is inequitable. We are very aware of staff's concerns about open-ended. We're not recommending an open-ended system whatsoever. We recommend a system, and you can see this in the CPIP, where about half of it goes to community associations. Other parts of the funds go to organizations that are better suited to the city's recreation funding, the city's cultural funding, other activities. So we're looking at neighborhood-based activities, and that restricts it. With that criteria of neighborhood-based, you're looking at 160 communities in this city. The Ottawa Neighborhood Study will verify that for you. And the city's list to community associations, coincidentally, was 160. And we know from talking to community associations, we represent about nearly half of that. So we're not asking for this program to be open-ended. But the other problem with this is what the criteria in the community funding framework. If you look at, I'm looking for it now. There it is, slide 15. If you look at slide 15, you will see that there are eligibility requirements under the community funding framework about being a nonprofit, being in existence, being recognized by the city. We don't have issues with that. We have an issue that before you can apply, you must provide a $2 million certificate of insurance. That's shifting the burden onto community associations, which don't have the bargaining power that this $6 billion corporation has. Community associations are volunteers. They don't have much money. So we're looking for a program that enables community associations to apply for that insurance, meet the requirements in that framework that deals with neighborhood activities. You may ask, what about the karate club? What about the tennis club? What about the pottery club that's now covered under CPIP? I don't have a mandate to speak for them, but I do know the city has other funding sources to deal with cultural activities, to deal with recreational facilities. But what we're talking about is insurance to deal with community-based activities. And the other factor in the community funding framework, and this is why we need this discussion, and we've been begging for discussion and not having any. So the other factor is every time you apply, it's one-time event per agency, that's it. If you come once for an event, you can't apply for any other funds under the civic events stream in the community funding framework, one. So if you have a community association like Greater Avalon or Cityview, which has a number of community events, your coverage is only good for one. That's not right. So what we're looking for is the ability to sit down with staff and discuss something that works to sustain those community events that all of you enjoy going to, that serve community building, that involves countless hours of volunteer work to make something happen in that community.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. I see there's lots of other hands up, but that is very appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. So Alex, thank you for being here. The concern expressed by staff is that there would be 5,000 or 6,000 entities that would want to take advantage of this program. And I just wonder, I think you've addressed it in a couple of different ways, but can you just focus very specifically on that number, that 5,000 or 6,000 entities all of a sudden would be seeking insurance through the CPIP?
Yep. So we understand a wide open system that allows a theatrical group, a community association, a basketball association. You look at the list that cities provided of that 124, half are community associations, half are individual specific interests. And if you open it up, you could hit that. I don't think the city's been inundated by that, but you could hit that. Well, we understand that. What we're looking though, and what you're going to hear from other community associations that used to benefit under the community ring program for insurance coverage. It used to be if you were a community association, you got the community ring program that covered all your other activities, and that helped for a number of years, but apparently that's gone. So what we're suggesting is neighborhood-based activities, and from an association, a community association that meets the eligibility requirements of the city. Now, not all of them are incorporated. Some of them are not incorporated. And we did raise that question at the information session. Civic Events says, well, if your community association, the director sign on, we're good with that. That's good news. But there's the Ottawa neighborhood study shows 160 or thereabouts communities or neighborhoods in the city. And the FCA only represents 70, but on that list of 124 community associations, 71 are community associations, 28 are actually members of the FCA. But we're saying reflect those communities, cover those events in those neighborhoods. So if you're neighborhood based, you've got a community association that's neighborhood based, putting on those neighborhood activities, that's what this program should cover. As for the others, and I don't have a mandate to speak for the Pottery Guild or Lakeside Players or the Canada Karate, the Goulburn Karate Club, or et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole list there. You can read the list yourself. There are other funding pots at the city to support cultural activities, recreational facilities. I don't know what the story is on recreation, on insurance, but if it's like the CFF, these groups would have to pony up their insurance. That's a discussion for another day. But I don't think you want to put the burden of coming up with a $2 million general liability insurance on one event, and that's it, for Greater Avalon, for City View, for Centertown, for Academic Hazeldean. You don't.
Alex, what do you make of the assertion that these groups can simply go out and get their insurance on an event by event basis? I'm looking at Hintonburg with Arts Park, the craft fair, the Hintonburg 5K. The list goes on. The ball hockey tournament, the dog movie night. Why not just go out and insure each of those?
So you'll be pleased to know, Councillor, that the Hintonburg Community Association supports the FCA position. So that's number one, you should know that. And number two, community associations vary in capacity. So some have been successful because they have revenue enough to cover their own activities. Overbrook is one, but City View not. In fact, City View was in the situation where it qualified for a city grant on an environmental program that you folks have to promote sound environmental practices, but couldn't come up with a $2 million liability certificate and lost the grant. I mean, what sense is that? So when we're dealing with, and I think Councilor Menard just gave the example of Heron Park, some community associations simply don't have those resources to pay for that insurance. Others do. What we're trying to do is make sure that the kind of community events that we believe are important here, and staff acknowledge that. I mean, to be fair to staff, they acknowledge the work that's done there, and Recreation and Cultural Services has been very, very supportive of communities trying to make things work. But we need that insurance coverage. The city should be supporting that insurance coverage. It has far more market power than little itty bitty community associations.
Fantastic. Alex, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor King?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Cullen, in your letter dated to Council November 5th, you stated that the Community Partnership Insurance Program comes before Finance and Corporate Services Committee without any consultation with the FCA. Staff did hold an information session on Tuesday, October 31st for 1 hour, including questions where 133 people out of 160 invitees to describe the contents of the CPIP report to FCSC, which later became public later that week. That is not consultation. In your opinion, what would constitute a more fulsome consultation?
Well, wonderful question. Thank you, Councillor. It would be very helpful for representatives of our working group to sit down with both Recreation and Culture, because they understand community groups, they deal with those insurance concerns, they get the event insurance when you have a winter fair, and the folks from Community and Social Services, because they run the CFF, they've dealt with the application process, eligibility, accountability, transparency, and whatever staff Mr. White thinks is appropriate, because his department manages the finances. But if we could sit down with them and set out the criteria and restrictions, because we're not asking for an open-ended system. We're not asking for something that serves 5,000 community groups. You folks may want to serve 5,000 community groups. I don't have that mandate. But I do know from our own members what would be lost if the burden was pushed over. So you ask, what is the format? I think we have to June 24. I think we have the opportunity to sit down, work through these things, and come back with a better proposal that would meet our concerns and staff's concerns and maintain, at least in principle, city support for community-based activities.
I thank you for that response. I don't disagree with you. I think if we have such a radical change that's being proposed to this liability insurance program, and we've heard from community groups that it will negatively affect and impact them, then we need to listen to those community groups that are participating in this community liability insurance program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Brockington?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cullen, for your delegation. Is it fair to say that We're here because we all have recognized the inequity that exists. We weren't overly concerned with those currently receiving the insurance. We're really looking at trying to assist associations that are not covered because some struggle with the financial costs of insurance. Is that a fair
Yes.
statement? Okay,
Yes.
fair enough. So I agree that we should be focusing on about 160 groups. If it was 6,000 divided by 24 wards, that's 250 groups per ward. That does not exist in my ward. We have 7 community associations. And if we developed criteria about what a community pretty fair agreement on what a community association group is and focus our attention on that number. And if 124 are already insured, then we're talking about a marginal net increase. And then you ask yourself, what is the benefit to the community as a whole of having community associations? It's just not having events. It's also a lot of the shadowing they do of city work and the input that associations provide us and our committee structure and everyone rowing in the same direction, making the city a better place. So there is a value. You can estimate the value that community associations provide city as a whole. And that far exceeds whatever the cost of insurance is. So scouts do not come to me for insurance, or the guides. Sports teams don't come to me for insurance. Church groups don't come to me for insurance. Never had the conversation with any of these groups that exist in my ward. It's the associations that don't have a rink, that aren't making money of operating a rink and struggle over the course of a year to raise funds, especially with COVID. And for one event in Central Park this summer, where we gather with a barbecue, $750 insurance. Explain that to me. No bouncy castle, $750 insurance.
We don't mind losing bouncy castles.
So,
we really don't.
Some kids do. So I really do think we need to be focused on that. So you've confirmed my thoughts, and I'll save the rest for debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the passion around the table for this discussion, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person today. I'd just like to understand from your perspective, Mr. Cullen, do you believe that the way that staff engaged in that 1 hour session met the direction that I put forward at the Finance and Corporate Services Committee meeting to consult with communities? Do you think that they met the criteria of the direction?
Frankly, no. It was an information session, a one-way street. Yes, there was the ability to ask questions in the chat, which we get answers much later, but it was not a consultation. There was no discussion about options, possibilities, variations. It was an information session. It was not consultation.
I appreciate you reflecting on that. I certainly was hoping to see more of a dialogue when I put forward that direction at the last meeting, and I was disappointed to see the format that was given. But I appreciate you continuing to come to the table today and to push for, a success story here, because I think that, to me, honestly, is one of the greatest shames of this whole conversation so far, is that working with community members should be joyful. It should be celebratory. We have so much opportunity in our community. We have so many actors that put, countless hours to this, that have, their own jobs, their own children, their own illnesses, and continue to show up. And we could be entering into this next chapter together in a generative way, And unfortunately, it's come to this, where we've waited 10 months for a report to come to council that essentially kills a program that we knew was in trouble well before this time. And I feel like it's not unfortunately meeting, the spirit of engagement and participation that I think so many of us around the table would really like to have. We want to have good news stories. We want to have positive interactions in our communities. And unfortunately, this just has not met that standard. So I share your disappointment, Mr. Cullen, and I appreciate your continued, your incredible energy on this issue. And I think we're going to get somewhere. I can feel the energy around the table with my colleagues today to get somewhere different. So I appreciate that immensely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cullen, for being here. I just wanted to let you know I do have some motions I'll be introducing. We're still kind of working on them. You know what that's like. But wanted to ask you, would you be supportive if the city moved towards narrowing the definition of a CA in order to administer this program?
So I think the definition that the community funding framework has provides you a good basis to deal with that issue. Currently, for your planning process, the city requires a community association to be registered, to be told about committee of adjustment, zoning, official plan stuff. You have a constitution and you have an AGM for which you're given notice. That's it. And the city has not questioned or challenged that at any time. With respect to funding, though, makes sense to have some accountability measures, transparency measures, and we would like to discuss that. We want to make sure that taxpayers' money is validly used, absolutely. We don't want to create a huge administrative burden on community associations. They're not the Social Planning Council. They're not the Boys and Girls Club, which come to the city and get funding and have a rigorous process to compete for that funding. We're not them. But on the other hand, it shouldn't be loosey-goosey either. So that's another thing to discuss. Should we have a process to go forward to talk to staff and come back with a better program?
And would you say that there are some CAs that would require more fulsome coverage based on how many events that they are throwing compared to others?
So this is one of the curiosities that need to be dealt with. When there was the community outdoor rink program that a community association had, and the assurance that accompanied, that covered that all the activities of that community association. At least that was the interpretation some years ago. The world may have changed. I think there has to be scope, though, or some recognition that there may be some community associations that need just a one-off. Fine, we're happy with that. But there are those active community associations, you know them very well, Councillor, that have a series of programs and can't come and aren't allowed to come back to get a series of coverage. Is there not some means of covering those activities? If you look at community outdoor rinks, right? They're there December through to, say, let's be generous, March, right? Every night. And all the activities there, there's coverage. If you look at the community gardens, which for the sake of argument, go from, let's say, May through to October, people are there all the time doing things, and they have seed sales and produce sales. They're covered. We're asking for that.
Okay, I think we're in alignment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Alex, for coming this morning in front of committee. I just want to, I understand the eligibility required for community association. In your thought, what do you think in rural area? Like, we have multiple villages and I have small communities, but there's one community is active more than other. So we all enjoy the parades, the Christmas parade, the breakfast with Santa and all these. But then you have a small community that they don't get that benefit, the CPIP benefit, because first of all, they didn't they were not part of the amalgamation in 2001 when we moved some of those CAs, and now they are more active, and then they also lack of that CPIP. Most of them are volunteer, and we can't put the burden on them. What do you think in your you've been talking with so many community association members. What is the thought on that one?
So I think that's a challenge that needs to be addressed because obviously rural communities want to do the same community activities as any other community association, whether it's a barbecue, what we call a block party in our end. I don't know what it'll be called in the rural area. So yes, you certainly want to have a system that would accommodate their needs, but they still need to meet the criteria that all the other community associations have, which is, are you established? Do you have a constitution? Have you had an AGM? I mean, that's straightforward. And then what is the activity? So this kind of discussion, and we do have some rural members, not as many as we'd like. We don't, unfortunately, Councillor, have anyone from Osgood. It's one of the 3 wards we aren't covered in, although we are covered in West Carleton. So these are things that we need to talk about to come back to make sure that it is an equitable program. We're not looking for millions of dollars here. We're looking for something that will meet the 160, and that includes rural communities, neighborhoods in this city, and allow those residents through their community association to conduct activities as community building, which the city in the past has supported.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. Councillor Luloff.
Thanks for coming out and thanks for your advocacy on this. I know that we had a lot of back and forth over the course of the last term. I'm a bit disappointed, obviously, in what we've come up with today. The spirit of our conversations certainly did not lead me to believe that this is where we'd end up. So I think that there's more work to be done, and I'm looking forward to discussion on the motions coming today. There are a lot of community associations that deliver programming on behalf of the city or enhance programming on behalf of the city, including, stewardship of parks, stewardship of community centers, and actually run programming. Some of those community organizations fall outside of the realm of what you might describe as a community association. So, as somebody who's been around since before and through amalgamation in an elected role, I'd like to hear your thoughts on how we preserve this program as well for community groups such as the Friends of Petrie Island, who are maintaining pathways, who are enhancing the natural beauty of our gem in the East End and running conservation programs in concert with other organizations protecting turtles and doing that sort of education work that should this CPIP go the way of the dodo, I believe that so would that organization, and much of the work that they do on behalf of the city would go the same way. So just interested to hear your thoughts on groups like that and whether or not this is an appropriate program for them to be a part of as well.
Well, one thing that I should make clear, and I think Mr. White made clear, any community group that has a service agreement involving the city, involving a city facility, is going to be covered under your GIL, your general liability insurance. So that's really not before us today. Petrie Island, Friends of Petrie Island is before us today because they're on the grandfather group, the fixed group. And if they are forced to go to the community funding framework, they're going to have to come up with $2 million GIL. What we're talking about here, what I'm advocating for, neighborhood-based, community-based, obviously somewhere along the line or somewhere along the road, a line will have to be drawn. You're inside, outside, because it can't be so open to go to 5,000. Is 160 appropriate? What do you do with Friends of Petrie Island, which is serving a public purpose in a city facility? If they had a service agreement, they're fine. If they don't have one, then we're going to have to talk about this. So, if the appetite is there for council to broaden the scope, more power to you, but you've heard from staff that there's a cost to that. And so this discussion has to deal with the issue you raised, the issue that Councillor DeRuse raised. And I don't have an answer for you except to say, if they had a service agreement, they're okay. If they're not, we should talk about this.
I might argue that what the community gets back in return for that nominal monthly cost by the city comes back tenfold to the community. Thank you very much.
And I would not argue with you at all. I think the argument goes someplace else.
Fair play.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Mr. Cullen, I just have one question for you. You know, because I value the work of the community associations, they came to me and asked me what I pay their insurance, and I just paid it. Canada North has a budget, office budget, $400,000. They asked me for, I think it was $800 each. I just gave it to them. I paid it for the year. What do you think about that? City councilors have a budget in their office they can use to have parties and fun things for the community. I just paid their insurance. What do you think of that?
So I think Councillor Leeper might want to talk to you. He has 13 organizations.
It's not much money. The budget for your office is very high. So just what do you think of that concept though? I mean, people have all kinds of math. I'm telling you, my math was like $5,000. Somebody else's might be 10, but what do you think about that?
So the first thing is I want to make sure that it's not dependent on the goodwill of a councillor, because some community associations have good relationships, others not so much. It has to be a program where the funds are fairly inequitably allocated. If you're suggesting that each councillor's office contribute to a fund, fine. I'm not really fussy about where the money comes from. I want to make sure that the community-based activities are covered. So that's more of a discussion for you folks. But if community associations have to approach a friendly councillor, that's not going to work.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next up is Cheryl Parrott. Cheryl Parrott is our next delegation. Good morning.
Good morning. Takes me a little bit of time to get everything up once you allow me in as a panelist. It's a little bit of a lag. So good morning, Mayor Sutcliffe and councillors. I'm representing the Hintonburg Community Association, and we've been very active for the last 32 years. We have been fortunate to benefit from having the insurance program all of this time, and our premiums have been covered by the city, so we were lucky. But this has allowed us to help build this community into what it is today with an engaged population, and it's become a wonderful place to live and work. And that's been a lot of hard work because once it wasn't that way. So please reject this staff proposal and direct them to work with the very many active community associations through the FCA to find a solution that encourages volunteers to continue to improve this city. Don't discourage community building and engagement. You want these activities to grow. Staff, I don't think, have seen the value in the amount of work that our many groups put into improving this city. Through hundreds of community events that are held, from cleaning up garbage to weeding to planting flowers to all kinds of events. We would have 6-foot-high weed-infested parks if it wasn't for the volunteers who helped to do some of that work. So we work hard to raise money to be able to do this work. And most of those events, we fundraise enough that it's self-financed. But now you expect us to raise another $2,000 a year just to pay for insurance. And we did get a quote from Marsh to see what we would have to pay. So equity is important, and really the response from staff and not meeting and working on this has been very difficult. We asked questions way back in 2022 and got no response. And I agree with Alex that the 1-hour information session really it was just information. We sent follow-up questions in, and we were told that we'd get it in the Q&A that would be sent out. So this morning, I can see that an email was sent out at 5:35 p.m. last night with some answers. So it's a bit late for a 9:30 meeting this morning. I looked at it really quickly, and I see that the questions that I asked separately have not been answered at all. So as you've heard, the civic events funding doesn't apply to what we do when we do 30 events a year. And the community funding framework, where we'd be competing against major agencies with paid staff, doesn't work. We engage all residents, not just equity-seeking groups. One of the things, though, in the civic events funding stated that insurance is covered in city parks with a rental contract. So it says, if you're approved for funding, you must provide a valid certificate of insurance that includes the City of Ottawa as an additionally insured under the policy. If you're renting a city park or facility and have a rental contract, this requirement is waived because the insurance is covered in the contract. The level of general liability is required to be $2 million. So I thought, well, great. So we do almost all of our things in city parks. So I contacted Central Allocations that we book the parks through, and they say, well, they've not heard of that and they don't think it's true. So are we covered or aren't we? So which department is correct? And what does the statement mean? And nobody's answered those questions. That was some of the questions I put in a week ago. So 2022 and 2023, we applied for a small grant for mulch. So we work in the parks, we beautify them, put in all kinds of perennials. And so this was a grant to go in and weed the parks, but then to put mulch on to reduce the requirement for any watering and help those plants survive in dryland gardening. So we were required to show we had $5 million insurance throughout the time of that project. And we were also required to sign a separate 4-page legal contract for each one of the parks. And all this was just so we could weed the parks, which the city stopped doing more than 20 years ago. And those weeds would be very high if nobody did it. And we're the ones who do it. So we're concerned that if we lost coverage of the premiums under this program, if we have to purchase insurance ourselves, it would severely limit the number of activities that we would be able to provide. We also have to spend a lot more work doing all of this. And that would be a tremendous loss, we feel, for everyone, for the city and for our community.
That's time.
Okay, so please send staff back to find a solution that helps us continue the community building that we've been so successful at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. And Cheryl, thanks for everything that you're doing in the community. One of the solutions that staff have put forward as part of this report is to make it waive some of the requirements for insurance, make it easier for community groups to get event permits without nearly as many barriers in the way. Have you had a chance to evaluate that or give thought to how that might help?
It would certainly reduce some of the concerns that we have, but it's unclear what that would look like, because that's going to be worked on up until June 2024, I suspect. And will that actually solve the problem or not? That's we're unsure about that. But we also do need some liability insurance for events. If we're gardening in the park, maybe not so much. But then if someone gets stabbed with a syringe, you know, where does that all fall? So we do want the insurance. And in these days, you know, things have changed. 30 years ago, people didn't worry about getting sued. These days, life has changed. And so we all want to be protected. And some people won't be engaged if there is no protection. And we saw that with the whole rink issue this past winter, where some of a number of the rink operators refused to sign the contract until that got worked out and they were covered.
And many of your events are not held in parks, they're held on the streets, right? You have a ball hockey tournament, you have a 5K race. Those are going to require insurance that you know, the city can't waive the rights that I'm sorry, I'm not well today, but some of those events are you are still going to need to buy insurance no matter how loosey-goosey the city gets on its requirements.
Absolutely. And, trying to wade through all of that is very difficult. Even, they keep referring us back to the SEC events and community funding framework, and that is not entirely clear. When I skimmed through all the answers this morning, it just says see number one, but they didn't clarify the points people were asking so they could understand what those documents or those parameters were.
My impression is that staff consider that community associations' role in programming is like we see in some parts of town where maybe the community association does a Canada Day event once a year and they can apply for civic events funding for that Canada Day event. I don't think that they're taking into account the breadth of activities that community associations undertake and that add such value to our community. Have you ever quantified the number of volunteer hours that staff put in, or sorry, that the HCA puts in to events that take place all summer?
It's thousands of hours because we were doing, July and August, we had 2 events a week. The rest, 2 more months, it was another 1 event a week, plus the really big events, which are thousands of hours. It's just thousands of hours. And one of the things I didn't understand until I heard Alex Cullen speaking is that you've got to have the insurance before you can apply, because that's part of your application process. I hadn't clued into that till he spoke. So that really is difficult for many groups. If you can use your insurance costs for the grant, but you got to have it before you can apply for the grant, and maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't. So really that doesn't work for communities.
There's a lot of outstanding questions that I don't think have been answered at this point. And certainly I hope my colleagues will reject this report today. I'll be voting against it. It's the reason I'm here today. Cheryl, thanks for your intervention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Cheryl Parrott, thank you. We'll go next to Adrian Bisea. If you're ready.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk here today. My name is Adrian Becha. I'm the president of the Carlsbad Springs Community Association. We, like many other community associations, are engaged in providing events to the community, programming. We also help manage the community center that we have, set up the hockey rink, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure what the criteria were for the staff proposal in terms of what would make it a proposal that qualifies for debate. In particular, I see we currently receive our insurance through the city. It is already somewhat difficult in terms of understanding what we need to provide, what events are covered, what events are not covered, what happens when we partner with other organizations on specific events. We usually do end up getting event coverage as well as general liability coverage. This is not an easy thing for our association to do. Our association is a very strong association. We've got, between the various organizations in our community, we got hundreds of volunteers. This concept that we're going to go out there and figure out the insurance for ourselves, given money to pay for it, is not a valid concept. I think that in evaluating this proposal, one should take into account that the first principle should be first do no harm. I do not see in this proposal an evaluation of the negative outcomes that will be generated from the potential adoption of this proposal. I understand that we're trying to help community associations and other organizations that currently do not receive insurance through the city to be able to access this funding for their insurance. I do not see in the proposal any indication that this organizations will be in any way served. It does not increase the funding. It takes the burden of locating insurance from people who are professionally adept at doing so, and puts it on people who are not professionally adept at doing so. But aside from that, it doesn't describe either how it will help the people who are currently not covered, or how, if adopted, this will harm the people that are currently covered. To the point where I do not understand why this proposal has gotten to this stage in the debate. It has recommendations. It doesn't say what the results of the recommendations would be in a way that makes it available for evaluation. I see this in a number of things. For example, I saw that the bus routes are being reduced. Bus route 222 is the only bus route into our community. It's getting removed because it is hard to have bus routes on residential streets. Well, we don't have sidewalks on our residential streets, and this was nowhere considered. I think that it is maybe the level of maturity of this administration that kind of is informing the way staff is putting together proposals to solve actual problems that do not, in my view, address either the problems or are conducive to the general public happiness or well-being in any way. Some of the councilors know me. I am not somebody who goes out of their way to make a fuss about things, but this proposal has no reason for being evaluated today, as far as I can tell. Thank you very much. That was my time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeRuse.
I just want to thank Adrian for coming in front of committee and speak to us. Adrian, and he's the president of the Carlsbad. I know you put lots of hours and lots of volunteer, and you do lots of community event with a stakeholder. We will be looking about what the impact of every community association. We'll get back to you, but we thank you this morning for your delegation, and we appreciate what you do in the community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for your presentation. We'll go next to Lori Fagan.
Oh, sorry, I had to unmute. Hello, I guess I'll go ahead.
Yeah, feel free to.
My name is Lori Fagan, and I'm a volunteer on the executive of the Champlain Park Community Association. We lie just west of Tunney's pasture. I just want to reiterate the inequity of paying for some community associations and not for others. It's grossly, grossly unfair. Our community is an advantage community, but we want to see those who are having trouble paying for their insurance to be covered by this. It's just wrong. Now, Champlain Park is fortunate enough. We have a field house that we rent for regular activities. We have yoga, drama, fly fishing. We have outdoor events like a winter carnival, a fun run that raises money for the Parkdale Food Center. We have birthday and sports parties. Now, after last week's Zoom meeting, we were somewhat assured that we were going to be covered because we operate a city facility. But there are still some very confusing things within the documents that were sent out yesterday that Cheryl Perrott referred to. There's still some confusion with us too, and we want to be assured that everything that we do in that field house is covered. Now, I want to take things just slightly, this relates to it. In 2009, we met with city officials who wanted us to sign an access management agreement, a service agreement, as some people call it. Now, we said no. because according to our lawyer, who sits on our executive, some of the terms of the contract presented a burden and a liability for our volunteers. I'll give you an example. It stated it wanted the keys kept locked in a secure device, but the city was unwilling to provide one. It also wanted the community volunteer who overlooks the field house, and by the way, that's myself. They wanted us to, when appropriate, to go to events that renters, when they use the field house, to see if they were adhering to the contract. These were incredibly burdensome on myself or whoever was sitting in for me. Since then, we have never again been approached again by the city to sign a service agreement. However, as a satellite of the Hintonburg Community Center, the people over there have never had an issue with how we operate the field house. We perform due diligence in ensuring renters sign all the city contracts required to rent the field house. We want to know if a new access agreement will be less burdensome on our volunteers. And Mr. White stated last week, when it comes to insurance, that the city will, and I quote him, shift away from risk aversion. Will they do that as well in a services agreement? And what activities will the city deem not needing insurance or needing less insurance? Dan Chenier said staff will meet to discuss this. Please do this review soon so we don't end up with an 11th hour situation like we did with the CPIP this year and with our rink insurance. If we have to purchase insurance, we need to know which activities we need it for and what amounts of liability insurance we have to carry. The field house and the activities it offers are a vibrant touchstone in our community. We meet our neighbors, we socialize with friends maybe we haven't seen in a month or two, and research says this type of social cohesion reduces crime. We are passionate about what we offer at our field house and in the park. And this city, by the way, saves a lot of money, which other people have mentioned, having us run it on a volunteer basis. Please let's find a fair, transparent, and balanced solution that allows us to continue both in the operation of the field house and for the insurance that we need to carry. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll go next to Rochelle Lacour.
Good morning. Hope you hear me
Hi,
well.
good morning. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Mayor and.
We're having trouble hearing you, actually. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that, but
Okay, how about now?
no, the audio quality is not very good.
Any better?
It's very faint.
Very faint. Okay, I don't really know how to fix this. I'll try and talk loud. So the Greater Avalon Community Association, next slide, please. It was incorporated in, was established in 2006, incorporated in 2016 under the Canada For-Profit Act. Next slide. We work closely with the City of Ottawa and our councillor, Catherine Kitts, to provide advice regarding the neighborhood concerns. We deliver messages about future events, and we are your eyes and ears. I think, and I thank Councillor Brockington and Councillor Johnson and Councillor Kitts for reminding the other councillors of that. We organize community events, and because of that, we're the heart of the community. Next, please. The Greater Avalon Community Association is not grandfathered, and as such, all our activities are free of charge for our community members. We hold approximately 9 to 10 activities programs, and some of those are held maybe once a year, like our barbecue and a family day. But a lot of other programs that we do are held sometimes twice a week and sometimes weekly. We can count probably 245 activities throughout the year. We're all volunteers and we're your partners. And as such, we need to be consulted when a decision as important as this one affect our well-being and survival as a community association. Next, please. Insurance 101, the SAP were directed to preserve or enhance the city's financial support for community-based groups. Next slide. Insurance 2.0. The guidance was given by David White's office, and to provide and recommend an approach for the CIP, CPIP to City Council in anticipation of the 2024 budget. Next slide. In yellow is the quote from Mr. White, that in which some community groups benefit from city paid insurance while others are not, which is your famous two-tiered insurance. We agree mostly with the recommendations that were put forward, such as same eligibility for all, accountability is an important issue, mitigate the risk, and reduction of termination for community associations, and that the city not discourage community engagement by imposing unreasonable insurance demands on community-based groups. Next, please. What we received is not what we asked for. We were blindsided by the burden that was shifted to the civic event grant program. The CEGP will not address the pressing issue of insurance coverage, since the civic grant program offers insurance for a one-time event. We've talked about that over and over in the previous presentations. We operate year-round, and because of that, we need insurance that will cover us year-round for the 140-some activities that we provide to the community. So we still don't understand why this type of program was chosen to replace the CPIP program. Next. The consequences. Proof of insurance is necessary to rent school gyms, etc. Without commercial general liability, insurers will not provide D&O only, which is director and officers insurance. And our volunteers will not sit on a board and will not take that risk if we do not have D&O. The latest proposal does not level the playing field. It just sabotaged the playing field. And now the tool that you're offering us is not the right tool, and it's not acceptable. The next slide. What we ask and what we've been asking for since 2021, as Alex mentioned, is consultation, consultation, consultation. The Greater Avalon Community Association asks that the budget direction for 2024 accommodate insurance costs for community activities, so that the burden as okay, so you can see we want clear criteria. And the last one on conclusion, the 5,000 to 6,000 community groups will not exist if you do the proper
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Merci, Rachel. As I said, I do have some motions that will be coming forward for discussion in line with some of what we heard today from delegations. You heard me possibly ask Mr. Cullen about the different levels of activity for community associations. And I just want to highlight Greater Avalon. They hold a winter carnival, a summer barbecue, yoga in the park, weekly Tai Chi classes, a pickleball club. They sponsor a reading club. They do tree planting and reforestation projects. They're in the process of looking at doing a national healing forest. They do boot camp in the summer, cleaning the capital events, communications to residents on important events. And of course, we have a high growth area with multiple development applications underway all the time, which GACA takes the lead on reviewing as well. They are ODR rank partners. So this is, you are a perfect example of a community association that is doing a lot of heavy lifting and doing an incredible amount of volunteerism for the benefit of our community. So these are the kinds of community associations that need that general liability coverage. And we, I don't think it's reasonable to ask GACA or any other community association that's doing that level of activity to apply for each individual event. So just wanted to highlight that, and thank you for all your good work, Vashon. I'll see you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. Michelle, may I just ask, I know for other community associations, the efforts they undertake to ensure that they are reflecting what the community wants them to do, the governance question. What does GACA do to ensure that it is democratic and that it is reflecting what the community is asking the organization to undertake?
The community members approach us with their requests. And for instance, the Tai Chi group, they approached us because they didn't have a facility that they could practice the Tai Chi. So the community association did some form of survey, same thing with the boot camp, same thing in joining that group. If the association was to pay for the instructors, to pay for the hall or the room, and so we had, depending on the response, then we take the funding that we have from our sponsors, the money that we accumulate from our sponsors, and we provide these forms of activities. So from the point of view of Tai Chi, for instance, we now have 2 full classes in the morning with that, and then the group has requested another class to be formed during the week so that we can offer those programs because there's too many participants.
And is the community association, do you have a board of directors and is it elected?
We have as a matter of fact, we're having our AGM November 13th. We've been in operation since 2007. There's always been a board of directors that was elected at every AGM. We have 10 board members, 10 direct board members, which includes the executive and the directors. And we have 6 members at large that help us with the decisions. We meet every month except for the month of July. And we spend many volunteer hours. And I think one of my last slides was just to remind you again, and I think people had mentioned it before, that the benefits of having a huge volunteer force committed to make the community a better place to live, work, shop, and play absolutely outweighs the cost of providing insurance. And if someone asked about how many hours do you think that you spend in volunteer work, well, I'll let you know that as the president of the community association, it's a full-time job, because right now, when we prepare for the barbecue, which attracts 800 to 900 people, we start that activity in February to try and get our sponsors, and then we work up to the time that we have our barbecue, which is the end of August. So it's a lot of work, a lot of coordination, a lot of contacts, a lot of work with our counselor, and that's just one activity. It's not, planting the trees, doing our healing forest. The healing forest project is just starting now, but we've been working on this project in a planning stage since 2001. So you can see that there's a lot of work being done in the background, and when it comes time for a project to be complete and finished, the community enjoys it, and the city benefits from that because they have a community that's happy, and we're able to meet whatever requirement that they ask. So if somebody comes up to us and says, how about providing us with a macrame class? Well, we'll see if there's a demand for it. And if the demand is high enough, then we'll make sure that we work with the organizers and get them access to the facility, pay for whatever costs they have, not their material that they use to do their projects, but it's a partnership.
Michelle, it sounds like a very well-run organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Dudas?
Yes, thank you, Rochelle, for being here. I've known and experienced your amazing work for many, many years, and the organizations. You've touched on the financial implications. You've touched on the work that you've done, but I just wanted to flesh out the aspect about attracting volunteers and retaining them. And in the absence of insurance, is there a fear by your board members and yourself that it will be very difficult to have people put their hand up if they know they may not be covered by insurance? New volunteers who might want to take on new events or activities, and if they would be concerned if they wouldn't be covered under some kind of insurance program.
Definitely. Even the directors sitting on the board, that's one reason why probably 6-7 years ago, we got the DNO, Directors and Officers Insurance, because it was a concern with the people sitting on the board as volunteers that they could be liable. So not only general insurance is essential, but we felt that to keep our volunteers and to keep our board members, that we needed also that DNO insurance. And as I mentioned in one of the slides, insurance companies like Marsh or cooperators or any other company that we approached to get to see if we could get another insurance other than Marsh, they all said the same thing. If they do not insure, provide us with CGL, they will not provide us with directors and officer insurance.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Rachel Lecour, merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll go next to Nancy Wilson and Jill Pro.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Nancy Wilson. I'm co-president of the Community Association for City View and Ryan Farm, along with Jill Pro. City View Community Association was established and has been active since well before 1956. Our roads and lots were planned and approved in a plan of subdivision in 1913. Became incorporated in 2019 under the Ontario Not-for-Profit Act. And in 2021, Ryan Farm, an adjacent community within City View, joined our association. We recently learned that unlike many other existing community associations, we were not included in the grandfather list for the city insurance coverage at amalgamation. This was a clear oversight and has become a major obstacle to us as we have been trying to run more and more free activities for our residents. This year, we had to obtain insurance at a cost of $1,188 to cover our association activities and grants. The City View Community Association puts on 8 or more free annual community events. We hold many meetings and input to city initiatives that affect our community. We work with the city and our council to address important issues and concerns that affect our community, including infrastructure, drainage, parkland, sidewalks, trees, developments, traffic calming, and community safety. This work is all done by volunteers who provide hours and hours of dedicated free work on behalf of the city to help make Ottawa the most livable mid-sized city in North America. Community associations operate on limited budgets. Our membership is only $10 a year. The city is discouraging community engagement by imposing unreasonable insurance demands on community associations that are helping to support the well-being of our communities. We were shocked at this recommendation to shift the insurance burden to the civic event grant program. This was done with little consultation. The civic event grant program was not created for this purpose. It will be impossible to implement efficiently and effectively because of the many restrictions. This proposal offers insurance for a one-time event, while many community associations operate year-round and can hold a number of events over the course of a year. This proposal will create
multiple applications to be prepared by community associations and processed by the city staff. This proposal is still two-tiered, as community associations that are fortunate enough to have community buildings will be covered by the current city insurance program. City View and Ryan Farm have no community buildings. The city needs to work with community associations to consider other options to find a better solution. We had pursued other options to obtain reasonable insurance, but we were unsuccessful. An umbrella insurance with the city would provide a much better rate. We understand that the city of Calgary has such a program. The city's CPIP staff report notes that there are 5,000 to 6,000 community groups operating at the city. There are probably less than 200 active community associations in Ottawa and 124 groups that currently are covered by the city insurance. To include 5,000 to 6,000 community groups in this program would be an impossible burden on taxpayers and the city administration. Many of these groups have never been covered on city insurance and we feel would need or expect city insurance. They often have paid employees, other means and options for insurance coverage, and are not inclusive as they service a defined group. Community associations include all residents. These community groups may be included for city coverage if meeting at a community building or operating as part of and supporting a community association. Any proposed insurance coverage should be limited to active community associations. There should be a blanket policy to cover all active associations with only one application process per year. This will help alleviate the administrative burden on the community associations and on the city. If the city truly believes what they keep saying, that this change will not act as a deterrent to engaging groups in community building initiatives, then we believe that in true partnership, this should be an easy fix, not this convoluted proposal. Many councillors have expressed to us their support for community associations and understand and appreciate this huge volunteer force that are committed to making our communities a better place to live. These benefits outweigh the cost of the city providing insurance, and we should be supported. The activities of community associations help to make Ottawa a place where people want to live, work, and play. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go to Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Nancy, for being here. It's interesting because in my ward, I have two types of community associations. One that has a signed agreement, a contribution agreement with the city and runs a hall, has been established for a very long duration of time, does a ton of work in the community, absolutely phenomenal group. Then I have smaller community associations, some of them that are newer, some of them that kind of ebb and flow with their volunteer bases, but they're doing incredible work as well, but very different makeup. We have one group that is covered by insurance historically and some that are not. You spoke about the two-tiered system still being placed, what staff are bringing forward with us today. I know that the attempt by staff in this report was to even the playing field, was to provide some kind of fairness so that everybody would have an equal access. And I just wanted to understand fully, and you were very, very clear in your comments, but your understanding is what's being put forward to us today does not bring a fairness, does not even the playing field. It still continues with the two-tiered system.
Yes, if you have a building, a community building that you put on your events and things, you're going to be covered by the city's insurance, where we don't have a building. So when we put on something in the park or wherever we put on the school property, we don't have that insurance. So it creates a two-tiered system still.
And may I just ask, how big is your board? Like, what is your, and I know Councillor Leeper had asked this of another group. I just want to get an understanding of how many team members you have on your board.
We have 8 board members, executive members, and we have other countless volunteers that out in the community that come and help us with things.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to ask you these questions because, Nancy, you represent, I have community associations that have smaller numbers of board members, have huge amounts of access to volunteers and do incredible things. And it sounds like that's what you guys are doing. So I really do appreciate your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Johnson.
Hi there. Hi, Nancy. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us today. Councillor Dudas scooped my exact question, which was to sort of know that it pleases me when we are also aligned. So that's a good thing. But I did want to stay on just to sort of ask you, what has your working relationship with the city of Ottawa been up until this point, and how would you hope for it to be improved through this community or through this this insurance program?
I think we do need the insurance, and I think we've always had a good working relationship with the city. It's just this insurance is going to get in the way of things. So if we have a program where we're covered for the insurance, because we're a small association and we can't afford to pay that $1,188 a year. We did last year because we had a mural program going on. We had different things, different grants that we got. So we were basically forced into doing it if we wanted to keep those things. And we did lose one grant because we would like to see the insurance problem go away, so or be resolved so that we can keep that working relationship with the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Thank you for the presentation. We'll move next to Lorne Cutler. Mr. Cutler, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I have a PowerPoint presentation that it's just coming up.
Yep.
So thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm the president of the Hampton Iona Community Group. I'm also a longtime member of the FCA, their treasurer, and I've been involved with the insurance working group. Next slide. Actually, slide 4. I'm going to try and skip over much of this to focus on things that haven't been said. Since we've started talking to the city on insurance, it's been clear that this has been a one-way communication. The FCA had a meeting in 2022 that was actually scheduled with the city to talk about insurance. At the last minute, the city canceled that meeting and turned it into another one of these general information sessions. At that time, which there's focused on the rink insurance, they told us about the new rink policy. This was last year. Once we received those policies, we discovered that while we had rink insurance for people who were skating at the rink, we had no coverage for our volunteers and for our staff. And part of our rink contracts are to have supervision. We've asked the city to fix this. There was no response. And ultimately, a number of community associations refused to sign their rink contracts. And finally, on December 16th, the city provided us with an additional policy. So clearly there has not been a detailed discussion with those groups that are most affected. And because of that, decisions or recommendations are being made that are not with a clear understanding of the needs of community groups. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some of the impacts on the community association. If we could skip to slide 8, please. What has been proposed is not going to help community groups, as has been discussed. We asked for a level playing field. Well, I admit the city has proposed a level playing field, but what's happening is no community associations are going to have insurance instead of only some. The process and the program that is being offered is not designed to provide insurance. As we've heard, you have to have insurance in order to be able to apply. The average grant under the program is about $20,000 versus insurance costs of $1,000 to $1,500. This means of the 135 groups that were insured, that's probably going to become 10 groups that get grants for events, not insurance. What is being proposed does nothing to help the groups that weren't previously covered. And that was the direction of staff, to find something that was more equitable. And I believe council was asking that all groups have access to insurance or a more equitable way be found rather than no groups have insurance. Most CAs are run by volunteers. We don't have the time or understanding to research insurance coverage. And I would say, in fact, there's a difference between community groups on their belief whether we need directors and officers liability. And that's because different groups have different understandings. And community groups are the only groups in neighborhoods who provide programming based solely on geography, not on interest, and are able to foster a sense of shared community. Next slide, please. So that's next. Now, there are events that, previous slide, there are events that are held where we are partners with the city, but they're not our events, such as clean up the park. If we now require insurance coverage for everything we do and have to take out separate policies, I suspect many community groups are saying, why should I sign up for something like clean up the park or adopt a park, which we're providing free labor to the city, and now we have to go get insurance. Let the city organize the volunteers. Under tort law, if somebody is injured, the concept is you usually sue anybody who's involved. So community groups who partner with the city on these types of programs, which are not the community's programs per se, but the city's, will look at these, and some may say it's not worth being involved. If we have to apply for insurance for each activity, some of the minor activities may be dropped. Last slide, please.
And your time, so if you could just wrap up very quickly, that would be great. Thanks.
Last slide. This is recommendations. Clearly, the recommendation is we need to go back to the drawing board. I suggest that staff be instructed to set up a working group with the FCA, maybe some other affected parties who are not community associations, and a counselor, and clear timelines be established to report back to council that this working group has actually been established and to make a presentation. And this should not be tied to the budget process, which is what the June 24th date is tied to, because that's when the current insurance policy runs out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, and Lauren, thanks for what you're doing in the community. It's been suggested that the city councillors can simply pick up the cost of insurance. What do you think of that?
Well, as been suggested, that's really a hit or miss situation. Some councillors may do it, some may not. You may have a councillor who's willing to do it, and then that councillor is not reelected. How many programs does the city run where it's up to the city councillor to make the decision whether they want to fund it or not? So I really don't think that is an appropriate way of having a sustainable program in place, even if a councillor does have the money in their office budget.
I'm wondering if you would consider it problematic as well from a governance point of view. We frequently see that community associations are among the fiercest critics of city policy. They're active on planning files. Is there a risk that if city councillors were the ones who had to make an arbitrary decision about whether or not to fund community associations, that could be a potential governance problem?
That's a good point. It's if not a conflict of interest, it's definitely a perceived conflict of interest, particularly if community groups are not on the same side as their councillor on a particular issue. You know, your council is currently facing a very contentious issue, and some councillors are going to vote in favor of it and some are not. You know, whether a winter carnival gets funding or is insured shouldn't be contingent upon how your councillor feels about you. And I should add, when I mentioned winter carnival, under the current rink program, we're insured for our rink, but we're not we won't be insured to run a winter carnival in conjunction with the rink or any other events with the rink, just to build, maintain, and supervise.
Yep. Lauren, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Thank you, Mr. Cutler. We'll go next to Robert Brinker. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, councillors. Today I'm representing here the Carlington Community Association. We are a community association in one of the lower income neighborhoods of Ottawa with a what you can pay membership fee. That means we don't have a fixed income for our association. We had a board meeting last night, and my colleagues on the board were really shocked about this proposal going forward. Our board itself does not have the manpower or capacity to take on the additional task of dealing with the purchase of insurance coverage. All our board members are still in the workforce, luckily, so we don't have a retiree who can spend the whole day just chasing behind insurance. We have the stewardship for 2 city parks and a green space triangle at Carling and Merivale. We are having a winter carnival, family fun day, cleaning the capital, skating events, and cooking classes. So a lot of these events we cannot host in the future if we have to deal with insurance every time. If we have no board member who want to deal and chase after the insurance company, find the best quotes, we cannot do this. So how much does the city, will this cost to the city? All of you know from the official plan discussion, Ottawa wants to become the most livable mid-sized city in North America. If I'm here from staff that other cities don't provide this insurance program to their community association, why can't the city of Ottawa lead this process? We don't have to be always the last in North America. Let us be the first. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? Okay. Mr. Brinker, thank you. All right, those are all the public delegations, so I'll open it up now to members of the committee or members of council who want to present motions or offer comments or ask questions. Vice Chair Kitts. I keep forgetting to say Vice Chair Kitts.
Vice Chair Kitts. No, that's fine. I do have several motions. So I will introduce them because I think they'll inform discussion. I know a number of us have been frustrated with this process and don't feel like the community consultation was there. So this is to respond to some of the feedback we've heard from our community partners. I'll introduce this first motion, which I know staff are not supportive of, so I'll read it in, and then I have another one for consideration as well. So whereas item 5.1 of the staff report titled Community Partners Insurance Program states recommends that council approve that the existing Community Partners Insurance Program be discontinued and that funding for the existing Community Partner Insurance Program be reallocated to programs comprising the city's community funding framework, including the civic events funding administered by the Community and Social Services Department. Whereas staff recommendations contained in the report seek to address concerns raised regarding the two-tiered nature of the city's Community Partners Insurance Program, in which a limited group of community organizations receive city-paid commercial and general liability insurance, while others are required to fund their own premiums. And the report is also meant to respond to the direction to staff issued at the September 5th, 2023 meeting of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Whereas the September 5th direction to staff stated to bring a proposal for the Community Partnership Insurance Program that would preserve or enhance the city's financial support for the community-based groups that work with the city to deliver programs/events for residents, and which would foster City Council's commitments to openness, accountability, and transparency, equity and inclusion, and support for historically underrepresented segments of the Ottawa population, and also help to minimize the city-imposed burden of insurance costs on these community-based groups. Whereas staff proposed the reallocation of existing CPIP funding to the community funding framework, which includes the Civic Events Grant. The Civic Events Grant provides support for local not-for-profit organizations, such as community groups and associations, to apply for up to $3,000 to deliver family-friendly events in Ottawa communities and neighborhoods. Whereas some community groups benefit from the city's civic event grant to host community events, but there is a limited access to this funding for community groups to only the successful applicants through the limited funding stream with the civic events grant or an alternative CFF funding source. Additionally, groups will now need to apply for funding for both event-related expenses in addition to insurance support from the same program, with no proposed increase to the maximum eligibility amount. Finally, for groups that have been grandfathered in under the existing CPIP program, this will mean less access to city funding overall. Whereas staff have proposed that city funding commercial and general liability insurance should be expanded to include groups with a formal written service agreement associated with the delivery of recreational, cultural, or community services provided on behalf of or in partnership with the city. Whereas community groups that have entered into a formal written services agreements with the City of Ottawa may also have increased access to additional revenue streams, such as profits from community building rentals. Therefore, be it resolved that the reallocation of the CPIP funding be increased to $350,000 and reallocated to the community funding framework. And be it further resolved that the following eligibility criteria be considered in the report as follows. Operate within the City of Ottawa as a not-for-profit group and meet the definition of a partner, community group, and/or community association as defined by the City of Ottawa and have been in existence for at least 2 years, and demonstrates financial viability and be in good standing with the City of Ottawa, and be located in Ottawa and serve the residents of Ottawa and their local catchment areas as a community group / association, and be governed by a democratically elected board of directors or committee, and demonstrate good governance practices by holding an annual general meeting, have a board approved constitution, hold a minimum of 9 monthly meetings, and post meeting minutes and financial statements that are available to the public, and hold a minimum of 3 free events / programming with a minimum expenditure of $500 per event or programming and or activities for the community in a year. Be it further resolved that the $350,000 in funding be separate from the civics events grant and be a dedicated funding stream / program so that the current level of funding is preserved and groups are not forced to choose between purchasing insurance and being able to host vitally important community events. Be it further resolved that the funding should be prioritized for community groups which do not have current service delivery agreements, access management agreements, or contribution agreements with the City of Ottawa, as these groups should have access to city funding, commercial and general liability insurance. Be it further resolved, staff conduct a comprehensive review as outlined in point 3 of the report, that staff be directed to review the terms of the city's community grant funding and service agreements with community-based organizations to minimize the insurance burden imposed by these agreements on community organizations without exposing the city to unreasonable risk, in conjunction with the staff reviews that are already being conducted or other volunteer-run endeavors, including community gardens and beautification gardens in the right-of-way. Be it further resolved that staff determine what financial support through the 2024 budget process is required and present the revised Community Partners Insurance Program and recommendations for implementation to the next Finance and Economic and Corporate Services Committee by Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. Apologize for the length of that. I'm out of breath. As I said, understand that staff do have concerns with that motion. So I think the public deserves a fulsome discussion on this. So I presented that motion for discussion. I have another motion that I worked
J'ai donc présenté ma motion pour discussion. J'en ai une autre que j'ai élaborée avec la conseillère Johnson. Nous allons vous dire pas les attendus. Ça fait double emploi avec celle que je viens de lire. Mais cette motion est plus en accord avec les recommandations du personnel. Donc, allons-y au résolu, qu'il soit résolu que le financement soit séparé des subventions de la ville et que c'est un fonds dédié et que le niveau actuel de financement est préservé, que les gens ne soient pas obligés de choisir entre acheter de l'assurance et d'être hôte d'événements communautaires importants, qu'il soit également résolu que le financement devait être priorisé pour les groupes communautaires qui n'ont pas d'une entente de service ou de gestion d'entente de contribution à la ville d'Ottawa, que ils ont devoir avoir accès à la responsabilité générale de ville, qu'il soit également revu, que la ville fasse un examen exhaustif tel que dans le point 3.1, qu'il soit également résolu que le personnel présente les critères révisés et la recommandation pour mise en œuvre d'ici la fin du premier trimestre 2024 et assurer que le nouveau processus soit mis en œuvre à temps pour le renouvellement du programme d'assurance en juin 2024. Et j'ai une troisième motion encore une fois, de la part de la conciergerie, attendu que les organismes sont en partenariat avec le bureau pour livrer les programmes et les événements désirables et qu'une des précautions exprimées par les organismes communautaires impliqués dans les événements commandés par la ville et les projets, c'est le coût de l'assurance obligatoire avec un examen exhaustif du fardeau de l'assurance doit être entreprise de façon rapide étant donné.
And whereas the Office of the City Clerk is facing significant pressures as a result of providing key legal support for large capital projects, civil litigation, labor relations, as well as legal services support provided across a broad range of departments, including transportation, including transit operations, transportation planning, traffic services, roads and parking services, infrastructure services, right-of-way branch, CREO, and finance. And whereas these competing priorities have created significant pressure on the Office of the City's Clerk, limiting the capacity to consult with community groups, the key stakeholders, to develop an effective strategy for moving forward. Therefore, be it resolved that a staff member be assigned to support the city solicitor's office in stakeholder engagement and comprehensive review of the city's insurance requirements of community groups, and be it further resolved that the city's insurance recommendations come back to the committee by the end of Q1 2024 so that it can be implemented before the existing coverage expires in June 2024. So really quickly on the difference between the first two motions. The first one is more in line with the existing program and seeks to create a criteria by which we can evaluate community associations that require that general liability insurance because of the volume of programming they're delivering versus other community groups that may hold one event and can apply for an insurance certificate for that one or two event, as opposed to those that are holding programming throughout the year and really need that extra coverage. As I said, staff have some concerns, so we can ask them questions about it. And then the second motion, I think, acknowledges that staff do need to take what they've heard today, go back, revise the criteria and the recommendations, and to come back early 2024 so that we can have a recommendation in front of us again before the June 2024 renewal. So I'll leave it there and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ketz. So again, for clarity, the staff do not support the first motion, but do support the second and third motions. And I don't know if it would be helpful before we get to members' questions to hear from staff on that, just to kind of walk us through their thoughts on it and why they're supportive of 2 and 3, but not number 1.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. When we look at the first motion, it really aligns the program back with what's being offered today under the insurance requirements and the insurance umbrella for the City of Ottawa. The report that you have in front of you today recommends an alternative funding strategy and stream in terms of dealing with that and lessens the risk for the city in terms of future insurance renewals because there is a risk associated with that. Staff support the second and third motion in terms of the review. Staff are going to be doing that review in terms of insurance requirements already. And then the other motion basically gives us the opportunity to take the discussion away from today and look at the criteria and bring that back to committee based on the discussion and the feedback that we've heard today. And I'll just ask David if he has any other comments to add.
As the city manager has noted, again, one of the concerns that's been at the heart of the direction that staff have taken in this is concern with respect to the long-term viability of the program structured as an insurance program and the willingness of the insurance industry to participate. So yes, to the city manager's point, I mean, I think that that kind of reframing of it does certainly move the yardstick in terms of obviating that eventuality. So.
Okay, Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. Great discussion today, and thank you to my colleague Catherine Kitts for moving those motions both. The one that we've been discussing, I think that I'm quiet. One that we've been discussing, over the course of this very difficult discussion with our community groups, that are very worried. Ones that have been providing services to the city of Ottawa since before amalgamation. One that I'm particularly concerned about, as alluded to earlier, is the Friends of Petrie Island, who have been delivering programs and services on the island in preservation of its fragile ecology and enhancing the natural beauty of that island, and also dealing with things like invasive species. So it sits in a little bit of a different class than some of the community associations. So I was just wondering if staff could outline for me what sort of insurance would be available to a group like the Friends of Petrie Island should motion number 1 pass, should motion number 2 pass, and if the report is carried today as is. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll start. The Petrie Island Group is one of the groups that we partner with under a contribution agreement. So we provide them funding to do basically stewardship of Petrie Island and the surrounding environmental areas. Under the current system, they get their general liability insurance through the city, and we foresee that under any of the proposals here, they are a group that is funded, that is under contract with us, and would continue to get that same insurance. As far as I know, this is not a group that has multiple other areas of operation. They primarily focus on Petrie Island and stewardship of the island. A discussion I was having with Chair Dudas yesterday is perhaps this is a group like some of the others where we will have to review their contribution agreement, because none of them were written in the context of ensuring that scope of operation for insurance purposes was well defined. So that may be an area where, as part of the go forward, staff will have to take it away and look at the contribution agreements as they are renewed to make sure they reflect full scope of operation.
So to be perfectly clear, the existing insurance arrangement that a group like this has with the city of Ottawa would not change regardless of what decision is made today.
Correct.
Okay. I did receive a contribution of some testimony from FOPI. They were unable to get it in on time today. So their concern, I think, is that because they were a part of the grandfathered group of organizations that benefited from the insurance program since 2001, and previously through the Cumberland Township since 1997, they've delivered, this quality environmental stewardship work at Petrie Island, and that they are worried that a decision to stop the CPIP program would not only create a financial burden for their shoestring organization, but also create a significant burden on securing appropriate insurance. So I can go back to them today and say, regardless of what decision is made today, that relationship will continue and that they have nothing to worry about. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
People are nodding, but not.
So hard for me to see from here. You're about 22 kilometers away, so the nods are a little subtle. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a bunch of questions, so I might have to go back on the list. My first question, though, are there any other municipalities that do this, what we do?
No, Mayor. This program, the CPIP as it exists today is unique, as far as we know, across Canada.
Across Canada, we're doing something that nobody else is doing. Okay. We're a trailblazer, yeah, or we could be not that smart, actually, of the way we're doing it. Like maybe other municipalities have a better way of doing this. And that is actually the main thing I want to say. So I think there are other ways to do this and make sure that everybody is able to continue. Like I won't listen to people thinking that the city doesn't appreciate all the work that's going on in communities. I mean, everybody does. It's amazing the kinds of things that communities are doing. So if they're all doing great things, how do we help them do all the great things? And my understanding was there was going to be sort of a general review of, and that's why I want to support the motion that says to do a more of a thorough review, to look at how we can better serve all the groups that want to help do the work of the city. Like it, as one of the delegations said, this is free labor. So how do we make sure we're supporting them? And I think we can support them in many different ways. For example, if we were to have a position at the city, and I know that the community garden group is looking at this. I know that the groups that have come and asked us about digging out noxious weeds want this as well. A position at the city that facilitates all of the community work, which means that that person could potentially help groups become incorporated. Some of them are not. Some of them don't understand what it really would mean and how much work it would mean, or would know how to fill out the little tax return you have to do at the end of the year if you're incorporated. So a review of sort of the other reviews that are going on right now, number one with the community gardens, number two with the people that want to dig out the different weeds, and some of the other tree groups I know that are all working with the city. The review of that on how to help them coordinate some of their work is important to feed into this, I think, because all of us want these groups to continue. All of us want to support them, make their lives easier. But how do we do that? Just the insurance part alone is not actually enough, in my opinion. So I guess I wanted to ask, if there was an overall review done, would that include the concept that I'm talking about, where it's much more, how do we as a city overall help all of the various community groups?
Mayor, certainly a review of that scope could be undertaken. I would have to defer to my colleagues in the other departments that would be more directly involved in the kinds of activities that this, or in which the city partners with those groups to achieve those kinds of community building initiatives.
Okay, because I know that there are two separate reviews of this type going on. So I want to make sure that that feeds into this. But it would be different departments for sure. The second thing I want to clarify is that what the community associations in Canada North have said to me is that their understanding is if they are on city property in a city facility, and people talked about this today, they're already covered under their permit insurance. They take out a permit, there's insurance included in that. So they don't actually need extra insurance for that because they're in a city facility or on city property. Is that true?
Mr. Mayor, it's not quite accurate. You can purchase insurance when you get a rental permit from the city, but it's an add-on, and it's an add-on because some groups already have their own insurance. And if you think of governing bodies that provide insurance to sports leagues, or some of the groups that we've heard from today that already have gone out to purchase their own, so it is an add-on. There are other groups that have base insurance and then want to do something that is a little bit more risky, where they would purchase, for example, the often cited inflatables or fireworks or those kinds of things. Those would all be supplemental upgrades to a group's insurance. But by the very nature of getting a permit does not automatically give you insurance for high risk events that would be mandatory that a group have it. If they're just having a meeting, renting a small room to have a meeting, it's optional. So a group could go ahead and just get the permit and not the insurance. So long way to say it depends.
Yeah. And I think that's because what I'm probably hearing is that in that permitting process, staff help them determine what else they need. Would that be true?
Yes, that is part of the role, and staff have produced literature working with Mr. White's staff, pamphlets and information, and because at the end of the day, we do want the groups to be cognizant that bad things can happen, and having insurance in those cases is a good thing. And more so with high risk events, with the lower risk things, then as I said, it's a soft sell.
Okay, thank you for that, because I think that I'm not sure that is widely known. I think that community groups that have been around for a long time and have asked for permits do understand that, but I don't know that all groups understand that there are ways that the city can help them just with their individual event already. That's already happening. Nothing we're proposing here would change that. Is that my understanding?
That's correct. That extension of what we call the facility user policy would remain.
See, because what my community associations will tell me is that the majority of their activities fall under those categories. They aren't doing things that are way out of the scope. And yours other counselors really I'm talking to, your community association may be doing very different things for sure. But all I'm saying is that captures quite a lot of events and groups that we love what they're doing. So to this review and a further report, I would like that sort of separated out to say, here is another component that we are potentially not paying enough attention to. And, just the fact that Councillor Lulas was asking about his particular group, I'm wondering if councillors did have sort of more of these are the groups in their wards, what are their needs so that they can actually really assess because they're very different from one another. Mostly I have community associations, but I have other ones. And I would like to just see the differences. And I don't know that we have that. We sort of have everybody lumped into this group. And I'm hearing very different stories from different councillors and different groups. So if that would all be in a report, then I would support that because I think that we don't have enough information in front of us. I think that's all I have to ask and say.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. In both motions A and B, or 1 and 2, the mover has criteria that would be considered, and I believe it's identical in both motions, if I'm not mistaken. One clause talks about a minimum of 9 monthly meetings a year and a requirement to host a minimum of 3 events as well, with a minimum expenditure of $500 per event. And I just wanted to know from colleagues, if we're flexible on this. I have 2 associations, for example, that meet every second month, or they don't meet in July and August, and sometimes a winter month gets canceled and they get very close to that 9. So as long as we agree that their community associations, they meet all the other criteria, I just want to understand if we're finicky on that number in particular, or whether, Mayor, we can amend the meeting number per year to 6, from 9 to 6, and whether we can, in the next clause, just eliminate the reference to the minimum amount to be spent. I'm okay with 3 events because I think that includes AGM, and I think folks won't have a difficulty meeting that criteria, but I'd like to eliminate the minimum spending requirement per event. You can have very successful events and spend little to no funds. So, Mayor, I'm just wondering if those amendments would be in order to move at this time.
Do you want to respond? I would also, not to be pedantic, but I would also point out that if it's 9 meetings, it's not monthly. So it would have to be 12.
Yeah, so I am flexible. We'll land it on 9 meetings, recognizing that a lot of groups take the summer off and then often December as well. The reason why we included I included a number of events and a minimum expenditure was really because, recognizing that an open program couldn't include everyone. Despite the desire to support all community groups, I thought it was important to create a criteria that sort of separates CAs that are doing events where they could get an insurance certificate for that particular event from those that are doing sort of the bigger heavy lifting events or holding programming throughout the year. So that's why I included both of those things, a minimum number of events and also a minimum spend requirement. For example, cleaning the Capitol is obviously very popular. A lot of CAs take that on, but there's not as much of a heavy lift involved in the organizing of that because the city sort of supports that program. So that was my thinking. I think I'll just leave it open to I know there's a lot of hands up for other councillor comment, and we can maybe circle back to that before we vote on it.
Okay, thank you. I just want the clerks to be prepared. I will be moving amendments to both of those. The other matter is the Part C motion. Normally, this close to budget, we would consider kicking a matter like what's being requested to the budget process, to not make a decision today per se, but to allow us to consider this in the grand scheme of things as part of the budget process. I don't know if a staff member needs to be added. I really don't. And that's why it may be best to refer it to the budget process and allow staff to comment further. Something I just wanted to add. I do appreciate these motions, Mayor. I'm not going to speak again, so I'll just say I think the committee needs to give strong consideration to the first motion that Councillor Kitts has put on the table, and despite staff not willing to support it, we've, I think, heard from our communities loud and clear that there's dissatisfaction what's being brought to us by staff today, and whether we just vote that down and provide more clear direction or try and move forward with motions that are before us today, I think that's the expectation, certainly what I'm hearing in my ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Gower.
Thank you. Not a question, but I've noticed some changes in community associations in my ward, and maybe other councillors have seen them in their wards as well. I guess I'll encourage staff, if the motion is approved in terms of further consultation, to keep an open mind to perhaps some non-traditional forms of community associations. We've been very focused today on neighborhood associations, geographically related community associations. In my ward, I've seen less prominence on that kind of community association and more groups starting up that are we have a West Side Pride group that's focused on community issues as they relate to LGBTQ plus issues. We have a Eco West Enders group who are focused on environmental issues. We have a growing Indian community in Stittsville, and they're focused. That's who their membership is. But the events that they organize are very similar to what a traditional neighborhood community association might organize. So I think the definitions or the criteria would allow for groups like that to be eligible. The focus seems to be on groups that provide neighborhood programming and activity and opportunities for community engagement. But I just want to make sure as we're continuing that engagement that we're being open-ended and open-minded in terms of how community associations are evolving in our neighborhoods. And I'm also glad to see a deadline of Q1 2024. We do need to make a decision on this, and feels like we've been back a few times. So I hope that we're able to do the proper engagement and make a decision one way or another at committee in the new year. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one's a tough one for me, more so because maybe it's personal, and I've experienced it firsthand. I was the president of a community association for almost a decade, and I know the phenomenal work these groups can do. And to Councillor Gower's point, it's not just community associations, it's multiple groups. I also know how important it was to have access to insurance. And our group at the time had to also get director's liability insurance just to make sure that people felt comfortable. But, a lot of the things that we did were, for the community, by the community, and supplemented what was being offered by the city. I have grave concerns that what's before us in this staff report will mean that we won't see half or the vast majority of these activities playing out in our communities. And that's to our detriment as a city. So I have questions though, and I do want to understand this a little bit. It's not that staff wanted to put us in this position. The position was put upon us by our insurance providers. My understanding, and staff are free to correct me on this, is that the insurance field has changed. They're trying to find an equal system for groups that are covered by the city and for groups that currently are not able to access insurance. So my question is about Councillor Kitts's first motion. It's going back to what we have right now. Do you think that we will be able to find an insurance provider who could cover us under this format? Or are we going to be right back in the same position that we're in at the moment if we adopt this particular path forward?
Mayor, I think that is part of staff's concern with maintaining kind of the existing structure as the provision of insurance. Will we be able to secure a provider for the 2024-2025 renewal? Unfortunately, we rarely know that until just the eve of that expiry. The councilor is correct. We have seen a signal shift, I would suggest, in the insurance industry over the last few years that's been driven by increased claim costs, and some of that is attributable to huge payouts on natural disasters and things like that. And so there is an increased reticence on the part of the insurance industry to support, certainly from our experience, this kind of a program. So appreciating that, I would suggest the risk is enhanced with an expansion. We may well, but I can't say definitively one way or the other, unfortunately, face an increased risk that the city will not be able to procure insurance in support of this or an amended community partners insurance program in its current structure.
And that's concerning to me. And I think that would be concerning to our community groups, not knowing whether they would be able to have access to insurance under that. I would want to say, just in regards to the staff report in front of us, I have to apologize to staff. I know you've been banging your heads against walls, trying to figure out with insurance providers what's available. I won't be supporting the staff report. And I say that because in part, it is very convoluted. It is difficult for me, even as a counselor, to have gotten answers to what would seem to be very simple questions. A lot of it that's being put before us today is unclear as to which groups will qualify, which groups won't, what activities will, what won't. And I understand the need to kind of suss that out. But for us to vote on something today with no certainty about what that actually means to the community groups that we're working closely with. I can't even go back and say, oh yes, you'll be covered for this, not for this, that for this. I think it's unfair to put us in this position, especially when there's been so much time and lead up to this report being brought before us. So I would love to say that I would support the report. I will not be doing that. I'm still on the fence, honestly, about the first motion. I have concerns that will bring a non-sustainable insurance field for us. We won't be able to provide insurance potentially if a provider doesn't step in and give us that option. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we'll be able to find that out today. I have one more question, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize, I'm going on, but I do want to know this. In terms of the first motion, and maybe this is to the mover, and I apologize, Councillor Kitts, to put you on the floor here. One of the questions and concerns that we've heard from our delegates, but also our groups, is that they weren't consulted on in the way that they wanted to be with what staff are bringing to the table today. Have you had an opportunity to share your motion with probably your own community groups, but with community groups at large, and got their sense about whether this will alleviate their concerns? And I say that because I have very, very different community associations in my ward. Some are small, some are large, some are old, some are new, some are, advocacy based, some are event based. So I just want to make sure that if we move forward on something today, it actually represents what these folks are going to need to be, effective in their advocacy and in their events.
Is that a question for Vice Chair Kitts?
I think it is, yeah. And I apologize, Vice Chair, for putting you on the spot, but what kind of consultation have you had an opportunity to do with community groups in terms of the motion you're putting forward?
Yeah, thank you for that. This has been a conversation that has been ongoing now for 2 years. So, I've met with the FCA, not in respect to this motion specifically, but sort of hearing the feedback through all the various communications we've had. That's sort of how I cobbled together this motion. So I didn't share it as written and get sort of direct feedback, but sort of tried to get tried to grasp the spirit of what we've been hearing.
Thank
And
you.
worked with Councillor Johnson on it as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor DeRuz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is unlike Councillor Dudas and Councillor Gower. Like we do this, I have a lots of questions, but I also have tons of concern. And the way rural resident and the way that our community association in the rural area, probably specifically in mine, I'm just going to talk about my experiencing with mine. It's different. I have some community association, which is they are community association per village, which is I have 10 village, I have 10 community association, but I also have homeowner association. So every subdivision in Greeley kind of has its own community association. So we have community association within the community association. So I'm separating both because the homeowner association should be able to get their own insurance because they're governed and they take care of their local issue on their local subdivision and local area. But community association in rural area have limited resources and they do lots of events. And I'm happy to see the number that Councillor Kitt added to in her motion to increase the 350,000 because I know 234 is not enough. And I also have the same concern as Councillor Brockington because I have some community association, they don't meet monthly, they meet quarterly or they meet 4 or 5 months a year. And of course, limited, but they do tons of events. Like a Greeley Community Association, they meet 5 or 6 times a year, but they put 6, 7 events a year, including Breakfast with Santa and all these other events. And I know this is so confusing and it's so many, but I do have small community association like Vernon or Kinmore or Osgood, which is they were not actually part of our CPIP. So I'm torn in the middle on this. I'm trying to understand a couple things. And what I have a question to Mr. White probably. Like if you apply as a community association for the grant, will you be able to apply as a blanket policy for the whole year to cover all your event, or you have to apply every event or per event? And that's probably what I am understanding from the report.
Mayor, what staff have recommended in the report is merely a reallocation of funding to the community funding framework. We have not proposed or looked to prescribe beyond the existing parameters of the CFF as to how that might be addressed with respect to the insurance. So in terms of the process, I would defer to my colleagues in Community and Social Services.
Chair, the community funding framework has the existing civic events funding. It is an existing framework approved by council, and the criteria in the civic events funding mirrors what is prescribed in the motion by the vice chair. And staff are supportive of the part of the motion that talks about reviewing the civic events funding criteria so that we might undertake consideration of that very question in terms of how it would apply given this reallocation of funding into that civic events fund. What we would not support, just for information's sake, is creating a separate funding stream, especially in advance of community engagement and consultation on the subject.
Yeah, thank you. I understand. And that's what the concern Councillor Kitt has, because what we have so many community associations, they don't even get their civic application when they apply. You don't have enough money to fulfill all the community association requirement, if am I correct on that one? So I do support the second stream because so community association should be applying and be able to apply for a separate stream for their insurance if we're going to cut them off. Because if we're not giving them insurance and the underwriter is not going to give us insurance in June 2024, so let's send them to go get their own insurance. And I understand that that's what the city is trying to kind of take the liability off and find them insurance. So they know each insurance, each community association know how many event does, and they know their capability on the community, how much they need to cover and insure for their event. So how we make sure that all these community associations get their fair share of their application to get money for them to be able to go get outside insurance.
For you, Chair, our understanding in community and social services was that the intention was to actually bring equity into this a new amalgamated funding stream under the civic events funding, which is designed to prioritize equity, inclusion, community-wide events, neighbors gathering with neighbors, etc. There is no guarantee that every agency that applies will be funded. Our understanding, however, is that is the very reason why we are proposing this as staff, is to bring a greater equity to this portfolio to enable all organizations who are nonprofit and meet the criteria listed in our funding framework under civic events have the opportunity to apply.
Thank you. Mr. White, when you're doing your review, are you looking about all the capacity of every different community association? I mean, the cookie cutter doesn't work, and you have community association govern and does different event from every other community association. So how we're gonna make sure we have equality in the city from perspective how rural community, small rural community be able to get funding to fund their event and get insurance? When you do your review, are you going to be able to reach out to the small community association that they don't have the resources some other community association have?
Mayor, I think in the context of that review, if that's the committee's direction, a couple of things. One, I think there's an element on our part of providing additional information about the options that have been discussed today around for example, the extension of the facility user policy and whether that's an option for groups. With respect to reaching those groups who have not previously been engaged in the Community Partners Insurance Program, certainly I think it would be staff's intention to reach as many as possible. That has been the focus, and with your assistance, we may well want to leverage members and their offices around ensuring that we reach those groups who may previously not have had contact or kind of be on the city's radar in that effect.
Yeah, thank you. And I was planning on actually reach out to you to talk to you a little bit about a couple other circumstances, but I have one more question. Concerning Carlsbad Community Association, so they have a different model. Mr. Sheney, probably can help me on this one. Because I think Carlsbad Community Association, they also run our community center. If I'm not mistaken, that model, how this is going to be impact that group specifically?
Mr. Mayor, the Carlsbad Community Association does run the Carlsbad Community Center. They are like several other associations across the city under a contribution agreement, and so receive regular payments from the city to do this. And their work under that agreement to both operate the building and provide community programming would be covered under what staff have proposed to continue to provide insurance for groups that have partnership agreements of this nature. So for them, there would be a continuance of the insurance coverage they enjoy now.
Thank you, Mr. Sheney. I just want to make sure I have to make sure, because I know the community association president talked a little bit about it. But if they partner up with another event with another stakeholder, then they have to find and source their own insurance. Is that will be changing now for them?
Mr. Mayor, I didn't quite get the nuance of what the councillor was suggesting changed. Part of this, which I mentioned earlier, might be a review of their agreement to clearly spell out the scope of operation within the contribution agreement that we have with them. And right now, it's as my recollection is that it's fairly broad in scope in terms of both managing the building and providing community programming. If there was something way beyond what they currently do, they got into a whole new line of community activities that isn't foreseen right now, then I suspect we might have to look at whether supplemental insurance would be required.
Thank you, Mr. Chenier, and I really appreciate, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the questions.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuz. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And thanks for the discussion today. Yeah, I mean, I had brought a direction on this item, I think back in September, and I wonder, sorry, it was a direction from Councillor Johnson that I had brought on their behalf. And so I wonder what was the result of that direction, just to Mr. White or staff, because it was pretty clear we were to see some more engagement and consultation with the FCA and other community associations, and as well as something in the budget that would reflect the concerns that were being discussed. So I just wonder where that went.
Mayor, the direction this committee issued in September was that staff bring forward a proposal with respect to the community partner insurance program, the terms of which would preserve and enhance the city's financial support, and to circulate that in advance. I appreciate, for our own frailties, we may not have hit the mark in that regard. But what you have before you is staff's best effort to address the concerns and the issues that have been raised in that direction around ensuring equity and that level playing field, while also addressing those council priorities as identified in terms of support for underserved communities and equity, and essentially doing that through the vehicle of the community funding framework.
Okay, I can appreciate the response. I guess where I'm at, Mayor, on this is that I want to see collaboration to come back to a conclusion that everyone can be relatively happy with. Not everyone will be happy, but we can get closer, I think, than where we are. I think the Kit's motion speaks to a lot of that. She's trying to get us closer into an area where we see that collaboration and some criteria that Councillor Brockington, I think, also rightfully wants to amend. I think there's unintended consequences of that as well, in that other community groups or community associations, FCA, may want to input on those criteria as well, and come back with something where they can work on staff. The parameters, though, which I'm speaking with, need to be adhered to if we're going to do that. We have to have real collaboration, a real effort to get to something that shows up with as a solution that people can take water in their wine, but one that is more unified than where we're at now. So I think I'm happy to support the Kit's motion if we see a type of amendment that allows for that discussion and dialogue to come back with the criteria that is going to work based on, I guess, the examples that Councillor Kitts and Councillor Brockington have talked about here today. So like, if that was to be the outcome here at committee, is that something staff could work with to say, look, here's some things you should be considering. We want to obviously maintain this. I think the will of committee is maintain some funding for the community insurance program. If that was to be the outcome where you had time to go back with some of the criteria that Councillor Kitts and Brockington and others have proposed, could you work with that, do you think, to come back to a reasonable solution based on where we're at now?
Mayor, all along this has been, this program is council's program. And certainly whatever direction this committee and or council wish to provide to staff in that regard is certainly helpful. So we have it as a sense as to what members would like to see in a revised program. And of course, it extends beyond my office, and we'd always be working with Mr. Chenier's team Ms. Rier's team, you know, and that fleshing those criteria out to ensure that it can be administered. And that it isn't one perpetuating kind of that same two-tiered system, or two, but that it is also viable in the long term.
No, understood. I think the KITS motion gets us closer to that. I guess what I'm saying is I want to be able to support something that goes away with some, I guess, examples for you to work with, that you can work with the FCA and other community associations and come back with something that, again, we have more broad-based support on. Understanding, I guess, we haven't had a chance to really seek out committee will yet, or council will on this, because it's kind of been up in the air, but I think clearly from today, there's a will for something different than what's in front of us. So that would be my view, Mayor. I sent an amending motion to staff. I don't know that it's needed. I guess what I'm saying is that the KITS motion, and however procedure we need to do, needs to be referred back to community associations and staff at the parameters of committee here, and then to come back to us with something that is gets us to a more unified position. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay, did you want to speak to that, Vice Chair Kitts, or?
I have some questions, so I'll respond to that.
Okay.
I'll let Councillor Kavanaugh go first.
I think there's still a couple of members of the committee who haven't spoken for the first time yet, so I'm going to go to them first. Councillor Leeper and then Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yeah, I don't think we've treated our community association partners very well through this discussion. We owe them a huge debt of gratitude. When I walk around my neighborhood, year round, there's events happening all the time. My neighborhood is more beautiful because of the work of countless volunteers working thousands and thousands of hours. A couple of years ago, when this discussion first came up, I led some efforts to try to get more consultation and direct one-on-one discussions between the folks who were being affected and the city. That was a frustrating exercise. Since then, Councillor Kitts, Councillor Johnson have led some of those. We are still here today without the community association partners having had the chance to sit down and talk with staff. Not just type questions into a chat box, but take some time and describe the challenges they're facing, understand the challenges that the city is facing, and see if we can get to a better place. Instead, we have a report today that is, I think, not well informed enough by community association opinions that lead us into some very uncertain directions. Folding community insurance into the community events program is highly uncertain. None of us know whether or not the events that we know and love are going to continue under that new regime. I am, like Councillor Dudas, struggling with whether or not that can be solved by voting for Councillor Kitts' first motion. I'm receiving notes from our community association partners as we speak to say that it's the eligibility criteria don't account for what we're doing. There's a lot of questions around that. I believe that we should probably vote this report down, direct our staff to have a discussion, a real discussion with our community association partners, and see if we can get to a better place before June of 2024. The current report raises far too many uncertainties, and at the fundamental root of it has been the lack of meaningful discussion and consultation with our community association partners. So I'll just leave it at that statement, Mr. Mayor. I don't like where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's a great discussion for sure. Myself, I used to be a community association president and know what they bring to a community. It's very important. I've also been looking and trying to understand, we always like to look across the country, but realistically, we have to look at Ontario and similar sized municipalities. Have we looked across, like I'm looking at Mississauga, for example. They got the community group registry program policy. It's very strict, it's regimented. It looks at, regular audits to ensure that they are really truly established associations, because we are doling out a lot of money. Like, I mean, it's starting to become a bigger and bigger pot, so I understand that. You know, ODRs was over $830,000 of payments. We had some other municipal funding grants at 1.4 million, $57 million for special events. So it really does require some level of oversight, whether that's an FTE and some guiding principles, or at least some gatekeeping to make sure that, and why I bring that up, and Mr. Shenny might remember, there was somebody that actually passed away, and for 5 years, the checks were still going and being cashed for a maintenance agreement on a rink. These are the kind of concerns that I have, but I do really like Councillor Kitz's motion. I think we have to get to a better place using best practices. And to go back to the original question to staff, have we looked at best practices in other municipalities, you know, specific to, you know, 2 years, minutes, but, you know, regular audits and check-ins and things like that to ensure that the money is going to the people that need it?
Mayor, in the context of this program in particular, again, we're not aware of any municipality, certainly any municipality like Ottawa in Ontario that has anything fun kind of framed around an insurance program. There may well be others that provide other types of support to community groups. Those criteria that constitute the community funding framework, those were, you know, informed by those community consultations that staff, CSSD and others undertook prior to the publication and the presentation of that report in 2019. So it wouldn't have been my office, and not in the context of the insurance per se, but in the broader context of the establishment of that funding framework for community groups.
Okay, great. And just asking you, knowing the amounts of money and how this is continually growing. I remember Miss Sanford back in the day assisting me in getting our community association started up before I was elected, helping a lot of our local community associations like Pineview, which does a terrific job, get established. But we're obviously growing. Do we see the need for a dedicated resource and more guidelines on these kind of funding programs, which would again allow for possibly more money for some of these community associations, knowing that I think that there's some that are collecting money. I'm not going to name who they are, and they're sitting on the money and not doing anything with it where it should be used for special events, for example.
Mr. Mayor, I can start, and Clara can perhaps supplement from her side. Certainly in the recreation envelope, the councillor mentioned the outdoor rink program. Part of what makes acceptance of risk for that program by the city and to bring them under our wing is the fact that we do have staff that work with community on things like training, on checking sites, on looking for hazards, those kinds of things. We also have that for our community buildings where community groups have a staff contact and receive regular policy, legislative updates in terms of compliance. The further away we get from that to broader community groups, the less of that we have. I think under our funding programs, we do have a fair amount of scrutiny of groups, both when they apply, but also on a regular basis throughout the year in terms of confirming things like minutes and board meetings and those kinds of things. So some of those things exist. We could always potentially use more resources to do those things because the demand when these programs get audited certainly demonstrate the need to pay due diligence to making sure that that we're providing good oversight to them. So some of it exists. There are probably areas where additional staff to do monitoring and compliance checks would be beneficial.
Great, and that's exactly what I was hoping to hear as an answer, Dan. And thank you for all the hard work out of your department, and thank you, David, for answering those questions. That's all I have today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor King, you're next.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. I think it's really evident that this is a radical change to the liability insurance program for community associations, and we've heard from community groups that this will negatively impact the way that they operate. It's very important to ensure that we provide the proper types of supports to community associations because of the tremendous amount of work that they do. I see that work every day in the community. I'm also a past president of a community association where there are many challenges around income prevalence, low income prevalence, and equity concerns. I've seen the work that community associations in Rideau Rockcliffe have undertaken, coming together and working together. And at the very least, with all the contributions that they make to the city and their communities, we should undertake a public consultation process. What we heard from the community associations writ large is that the meeting that was held last week was limited and that many community associations' questions weren't answered. And that's not the way to move forward with good policy. We actually have to listen to the community groups that are doing the work in our city. I think the other problem is that many questions that were posed were left unanswered about how money would be guaranteed to be used for insurance needs for community associations under the new proposal. I did have a question for staff. In the report, I recall there being a statement that the cities would increase its tolerance for risk. I'm just wondering what that would look like as proposed.
Mayor, that recommendation is directed at reducing the burden that the city imposes. And we've heard from a number of groups, a number of them even today, that they are undertaking activities which certainly on their face do not seem to pose much risk to themselves, and certainly not to other members of the public. So from staff's standpoint, it would appear that we have shifted the balance too far in favor of a complete mitigation of risk. And in doing so, we have foregone the opportunity to foster community engagement. And so the way that would look would be reducing or eliminating those insurance requirements, particularly for those kinds of activities that really pose little to no risk to other members of the public or to participants in those activities.
Thank you for that answer. I think the concern is the complexity of tasks that community associations actually undertake in their neighborhoods. And so while that might suffice certain community associations, other organizations that are doing work, and I think of organizations that almost take it upon themselves to clear invasive species in different city-owned properties. They require high levels of insurance, and what is before us doesn't provide us much clarity as to how that would be addressed. So I think that we do need more consultation with our community groups, with our community associations that really undertake incredible amounts of work on behalf of our residents every day. We need that consultation because of the complexity of the tasks that they undertake. We can't paint all the community associations with a generic brush. I think of the community association, specifically in my ward during the COVID pandemic, who all came together to create a program of food security called Ottawa Cares, and they were delivering food to seniors. And you think about the insurance challenge that would present. These types of innovations will be restricted if we don't have clarity in terms of the
Ces
discussion.
innovations sont restreintes si on n'a pas de clarté dans les discussions pour déterminer les besoins des associations communautaires. Je m'en tiens à cela. Je crois qu'il s'agit d'un rapport difficile à appuyer tel que le rapport existe en ce moment. Je ne pourrais pas l'appuyer. En effet, chaque fois que nous apportons une politique qui traite de nos organismes communautaires, il faut les amener à la table.
Proper way so that there is fulsome consultation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor King. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just have a couple of clarifying questions and then want to sort of summarize what we've heard. So this conversation about CPIP began because community associations felt there was inequity with the program, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
So it wasn't because we were concerned that we weren't going to be able to find an insurer.
No, in fact, up until this latest renewal, while there hadn't been a tremendous amount of interest, we had been able to at least solicit competing quotes for insurance to support the program. But the latest renewal was in line with what we've seen in our other lines of insurance as part of our integrated program around a scaling back of just the extent of their interest.
Okay. My personal feeling is that if we get to a point where we can't find an insurer, then we cross that bridge. But I think, Councillor Leeper really hit the nail on the head with his comments. This feels a bit messy today, I think, because the proper consultation wasn't done. The Q&A with the community, which fell short, only happened a week ago. So I think there's a consensus perhaps that we need to send this back. And I know Councillor Dudas has shared a deferral motion with me, so I'd be willing to pull my two motions in favor of that. But I just want to, I think the concern with that is we've sent it back a couple times already. So I want to ensure that you're hearing us, that there's more work that needs to be done. I don't want it to be deferred just to come back with a very similar recommendation. So, is there a recognition based on the conversation today that we can look at the criteria, we can look at sort of some of the comments we've heard from the community today?
Certainly, Mayor.
Okay. And would bringing it forward to the next committee give you sufficient time? Obviously, we're in a very busy legislative period, or would January be preferable?
Certainly on a practical level, as you note, it is a very ambitious legislative timetable. Certainly my office, and I suspect Mr. Chenier's office and CSSD, they'll all equally be wrapped up in budget considerations. We have Lansdowne. The additional time would certainly provide for a greater opportunity for a broader consultation.
And if it was pushed out to January, would we still have sufficient time before the renewal date? Because I think that's the concern, that we're going to run out of runway again.
Mayor, I think certainly dependent on the direction that committee and council ultimately wish to adopt. I understand if the city moves to a funding model, that those funding applications generally take place later in the spring or late winter in anticipation of the kind of busier summer. With respect to if we move to a place or a program that requires organizations to secure their own insurance, certainly a window of 4 or 5 months would generally be sufficient in that regard.
Okay. I just wanted to get a sense if this was feasible before agreeing to sort of withdraw my two motions. So Councillor Dudas, did you want to read? Well, I guess the mayor, you would.
So, but are you, Vice Chair Kitts, are you suggesting that the deferral be for longer than to the next meeting, or?
I mean, that's in Councillor Dudas's hands, I think.
Right. Okay. Councillor Dudas, you heard what just was discussed, so I'll turn it over to you and you can move your motion.
Yes, and I was furiously trying to rewrite it. So if I could just have Mr. White comment again on what was the timeline? Was it wasn't the January meeting? What was the meeting you were? I'm revising the motion on as you speak.
What would, I guess the question, if you don't, forgive me, Councillor Dudas, but what would give staff enough time to come back with solutions, but far enough in advance of the June timetable where people's insurance would run out? Where's the sweet spot on that?
Exactly.
Mayor, I would suggest that December is overly ambitious, but I would not want to push it beyond February at the latest.
All right, let's land on January. And I know that the version of the motion that I sent doesn't have that word, but I will read it out just so everybody.
There's no meeting in January.
February then. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
So I'll read the deferral motion. Whereas the proposed discontinuation of the existing community partners insurance program and relocation of the program funding to the community funding framework will impact hundreds of organizations across the city. Whereas there are dozens of community partners, many with unique circumstances that will be impacted differently by the proposed changes found within the report. And whereas after multiple consultations, there's still many lingering questions for both councillors and community partners on the full impacts of these program changes. Therefore, be resolved that the staff report be deferred for consideration until the February Finance and Corporate Services Committee, so as to allow staff, councillors, and community partners the opportunity to further determine the extent of the impacts of the proposed changes and to discuss alternative options, including the motion from Vice Chair Kitts.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Kavanaugh, do you want to speak to the deferral motion now? I think we're now dealing with the deferral motion, so.
I'd like to speak, that's for sure. I've been waiting for a while. Thank you. So, yeah.
Okay.
No, I think that's a good idea. I've been listening to the delegations and it's very impressive and encouraging what's going on in our communities. And the question I'm wondering if we're asking is the value of these programs and what we're getting for it. When I think back to the official plan where we want 15-minute communities, we want really good communities. And this is what is formed when you have good community associations and they have access to do projects in their communities. So the whole question was about equity. It was back from 20 plus years ago, 23 years ago, that we haven't corrected it yet. And we're also looking at growth in our city. And I'm wondering how we've taken that into account. And I don't just mean the growth further out, but have we taken into account that with intensification, we're going to have more people in communities.
We're debating deferral now, though, Councillor Kavanaugh, just right. to be clear.
Well, I do think we do need, okay, I can speak to the fact that we do need more time for this. This is obviously a big subject and we haven't got it right. And I think that part of that assessment for that deferral should be, are we getting a bang for our buck, which I believe we are, because we don't have to pay staff to do these jobs. We've got all these volunteers doing amazing things in community. So that should be taken into consideration when we're looking at this. I'll go back on the list if necessary to talk further.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Assuming the deferral will pass, I don't see the need to amend the motion, but I am wondering whether staff will take it as direction to sit down and have a meaningful in-person exchange of views with particularly the at least the board of the Federation of Citizens Associations.
Mayor, if that's the community's direction, staff are happy to take that back.
Sorry, so will you take that as direction to do so?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Curry.
Just on that though, a lot of community associations are not a part of FCA. So is the other direction then that you make sure that councillors are working with their community associations for this consultation? Because a lot of them, they're not in the FCA.
Mayor, I think the aim would be to reach as many groups as possible. As Member Gower noted, there are kind of a plethora of groups that don't necessarily structure themselves or frame themselves around in the traditional, as traditional community associations. And again, in the interests of reaching some proposal that is equitable, we would want to be trying to reach as many groups as possible. So yes.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer. Is that carried? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move to item 6.1, which is the Ottawa Community Improvement Plan Program Review. And we have a presentation from staff on that to kick us off.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of committee. We're here today to report back on staff's review of the City of Ottawa's Community Improvement Plan programs. Next slide. Members will recall in motion 2022-04-20, where council suspended the Brownfield redevelopment CIP program pending a program evaluation. And they also at that time directed that staff work on an affordable housing CIP and report back to council on the merits of implementing that affordable housing CIP. The motion at the time also noted previous council direction to staff to review the existing CIP programs and further directed staff to bring forward any recommendations based on the current legislative and financial climate. So again, the purpose of this report is to provide council with an update on the CIP review and bring forward recommendations for consideration. The report will outline or does outline the various recommendations for each of the following CIP programs. The Affordable Housing CIP, which is a new CIP. The Economic Development CIPs, so that includes Montreal Road, the Integrated Orleans, and the Ottawa International Airport. The Heritage CIP and the Brownfields Redevelopment CIP. Next slide. So this slide will indicate the approach or summarize the approach that were applied to all of the CIP programs. So all of the CIP reviews included a financial analysis and various considerations. Revised criteria have been proposed to the economic development CIPs, including Montreal Road and the Integrated Orleans. Staff are also making proposed revisions to the Heritage CIP and the Brownfields Redevelopment CIP, which are also addressed and considered through the recommendations. Staff reviewed the following options for each of the CIP programs. Basically, there was an option of eliminating the programs, pausing the programs, continuing the programs with revised criteria, allowing programs to be stackable to layer on top of one another, and link to affordable housing wherever possible. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Clara. She's going to her and her team will walk you through the new affordable housing CIP, and then I'll come back to the review of the existing CIPs.
Thanks, Don, and good afternoon, members of the committee. Community and Social Services, as you know, has the responsibility for advancing affordable housing through our Affordable Housing Office. And it's been a pleasure to partner with our colleagues in planning to bring forward a first affordable housing CIP. And we're thrilled that we've been able to advance it to be a true partnered CIP with the others that are under consideration today. As you know, Ottawa City Council declared a housing and homeless emergency crisis in 2020. Since then, there's been a mayor's pledge to develop housing in our community. And we've seen other challenges associated at the same time in terms of advancing affordable housing, which include significant increases in interest rates, construction costs, labor shortages, supply chain disruptions, etc. We have also seen this council declare affordable housing and housing in particular as a key term of council priority. And so what we've been doing is exploring the expansion of tools at our disposal to incentivize and ultimately increase the supply of affordable housing units in Ottawa. And an affordable housing community investment plan program has been determined to be such a tool. Our team engaged a consulting team that were able to work with us to do a deep and intricate analysis and study to bring forward a CIP that we feel strikes an initial and appropriate balance to move forward with the right type of incentive to advance affordable housing development in our community. And to give you more details on that, I have Lauren Reeves, our manager of affordable housing, here with me, as well as Dana Sihar, a senior housing developer on our team. So I'll hand it over to the team.
Thank you, Clara. And if I could have the next slide, please. Thank you. So in terms of background, the Affordable Housing CIP will be an incentive-based program in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Municipal Act, with the recommended incentive being a tax increment equivalent grant, otherwise known as a TEAG. The report recommendations before you today are to simply receive the draft Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan, and then to direct staff to report back to Committee and Council in Q1 of 2024 with a finalized affordable housing CIP and a bylaw for approval. And it's at that meeting where we would have the legislated public meeting. In terms of eligibility for the program, it will be applicable citywide and will apply only to rental tenure to maximize affordability. All housing typologies would be eligible, including apartments, stacked townhouses, and townhomes as rentals. Both private development and not-for-profit housing developers would qualify. We're recommending that a minimum of 20% of units in a given development must be provided as affordable in order to qualify, and this proportion is consistent with our current official plan policies. To ensure efficiency in terms of administration of the program, a minimum number of 5 affordable units would need to be delivered. And proponents would be required to provide the affordable units at rents that are between average market rent and 80% average market rent or lower. These rents are considered to be affordable to moderate income households in the 4th to 6th income deciles. So those household incomes would be 58,000 to 85,000. Smaller units, studios and 1-bedrooms, would be affordable to low-income households in the 3rd income decile with incomes of 46,000. For units that are delivered at or below 80% of AMR, we're able to draw from the centralized wait list. That's where our wait list starts, is those who are looking for units at 80% of AMR and less. The units must remain affordable for a term of 20 years. So we would require the developers to commit to that. And that's consistent with our current city's, our City Action Ottawa guidelines that we use to guide us in delivery of affordable units, as well as with most CMHC financing programs that require delivery of affordable units. Next slide, please. In terms of financial considerations, this CIP is proposed to offer a TEAG to both private and not-for-profit housing developers for delivery of new affordable rental units. The TEAG program uses the property taxes generated by a new development to provide a grant or a refund, essentially, in the form of a forgivable loan to the developer, which in turn creates cash flow to help them finance the development. Grants are proposed to be fixed between $6,000 and $8,000 per year per unit, depending on the level of affordability. The total TEAG amount would be capped at the total property tax increase resulting from the development. So we're not looking for additional budget, but it does draw on revenues that would otherwise be generated through the taxes. Staff find the TEAG program would provide value for money, where the maximum grant per unit over the 20-year term would be $160,000 versus the city's current capital subsidy at a comparable 80% AMR is more than $200,000 per unit. At this time, an appropriate annual budget for the CIP has not been determined by finance and would be brought to committee and council in Q1 2024 with the final plan and bylaw. So there are no financial implications associated with receiving this CIP today. Finally, if approved, monitoring would occur on an ongoing basis to track the progress of the program with annual reporting to council. And I'll turn it back to Don to take you through the remaining CIPs. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. If we could go back to slide 4 for just a second. Yeah, so you've heard about the new affordable housing CIP. So the existing CIPs would very much link to that affordable housing CIP, and they could be stacked, meaning you could apply for multiple CIP programs for one project. We're also proposing a $5 million cap, which is new. And the other provision we're recommending is that projects have 18 months from council approval to obtain site plan control approval and a further 18-month period of time to pull their building permit. Really, it's kind of the lose it or use it provision. We're trying to stimulate and encourage the development of much needed housing. Slide 7, please. So I'll just briefly focus on the changes to the economic development programs. Some of the changes to the Montreal Road and integrated Orleans are the same. So I'll touch on those first and then highlight any differences. So one of the major changes we're recommending is that the applicant must demonstrate that the redevelopment will result in a minimum increase of $250,000 in the assessed value of the property. The current limit is $50,000. So we're trying to signal here that the development has to be significant, looking for, multi-story, multi-impact, multi-residential type development that will move the needle. The annual tax increment equivalent grant, or TEAG, which you'll hear about often, is equal to 50% of that tax increase attributable to development. So it's capped at 50%. And then where zoning allows, we're indicating that residential mixed-use development will have to be a minimum of 4 stories. So again, we're trying to have that more significant level of development apply. The other change, that we heard through our consultation is that projects will have to demonstrate how they conform to the policy intent of the official plan and various secondary plans, to ensure that we're getting the type of development. So there's much stricter criteria in terms of the eligible development. There were some existing affordable housing provisions in these CIPs that will be removed and replaced with the new affordable housing CIP incentive. The TEAG grant can increase to 75% if the project includes at least 10 housing units or provides other supports in terms of cultural activities and some of the elements that were within the existing programs. The maximum cumulative grant over a 10-year period is the lesser of $5 million, or 50% of the total eligible project costs, whichever is less. And again, the programs are stackable. The only differences between the two is that there were existing grants in terms of the planning and building permit fees applicable to the integrated Orleans CIP, and those are proposed to be removed to be consistent with all the other CIPs. Next slide. In terms of the Brownfield redevelopment CIP, staff are recommending a direction to allow all existing City of Ottawa CIP programs and any new CIP programs, including the Brownfields program, to include a provision to permit stacking. And specifically, we're looking to encourage the creation of new affordable housing units. So specific to the Brownfields program, it would be limited to residential or mixed use development that also qualifies under the affordable housing CIP. So there has to be an affordable housing CIP element moving forward. The goal here is to incentivize the for-profit developer to consider affordable housing as part of their brownfield redevelopment, where perhaps in the past it may not have been. We're also proposing to eliminate the development charge deferral program and the municipal leadership strategy. These were existing programs associated with the previous Brownfields program, and it will greatly simplify the program moving forward. We're also proposing to remove the priority area designation. So this would align with the affordable housing CIP program that would apply citywide. It would also simplify the administration of the program. We've consolidated the list of eligible items significantly, and we can go in more detail if required. But these will focus the costs on the core mandate of remediation related to environmental contamination of the site. Costs such as servicing and some of the other costs previously will no longer be eligible. And again, there's the cap that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. In terms of the Heritage CIP program, basically, we're a few significant changes. We're recommending that they be considered concurrently with an application for a heritage permit that's required under the Act. We're requiring that in order to be eligible for the CIP, that a higher standard of heritage conservation work must be met and demonstrated in their application. And we're also going to prioritize projects that include deconstruction, materials salvage, green building retrofits, really moving the needle on the sustainability aspect. Again, it has the 18-month time provision element built in, and it will also require that projects increase the number of housing units on site. So we will also be looking at examining the Heritage CIP for projects that create residential units to make the residential product more affordable through the affordable housing CIP. So in that case, the owner could apply for both the Heritage and the affordable housing CIP. So these we're recommending that the program be extended for the remainder of the term of council. And until those changes come forward at the start of the year, we're recommending that no new applications come forward. So next slide. So just a brief recap, subject to today's discussion, the council will be considering the report and recommendations on November 22nd. The final affordable housing CIP would come forward in Q1 of 2024, along with the corresponding bylaw amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just before we get into questions and comments, I just want I have a direction for staff. I know that the applications to the program under the proposal are due prior to receiving a building permit. And I think we should consider allowing some projects already in development to take advantage of this program. So the direction I would propose is to facilitate moving more units into 80% AMR to AMR affordability, that staff be directed to consider the appropriate application date for the affordable housing CIP to allow consideration of projects that have been issued building permits but have not received an occupancy permit to apply to the program, and that staff be directed to bring forward a recommendation in Q1 as part of the Affordable Housing CIP and bylaw. Good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So we do have delegations, and then we'll move into questions and comments. We'll start with Richard Buchanan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. My name is Richard Buchanan, and I'd worked with the city for over 22 years, and I retired back in July of 2021. At that time, I was the Brownfield coordinator for this program, and had dealt with it over a 12-year period, and was fortunate in that I was involved with over 50 Brownfield applications, which went through FEDCO and City Council. And the purpose of the Brownfield grant program was to provide an incentive to developers to redevelop contaminated sites which have been dormant for years due to significant costs associated with remediation. These additional costs for remediation are not normally associated with the development of a site and can impact the ability of a project to move ahead. Through the program, the city contributes 50% of the costs associated with the remediation of the site, while the owner is responsible for the remaining portion. The grant payments to the developer are through the uplift in municipal taxes generated due to the new development. With the advancement of these projects, the increase in tax revenues due to the early development of the sites can offset the level of funding provided under the program. In addition, immediate economic construction spin-offs on the local economy is a significant boost to the area and to the construction companies and their suppliers. In addition, the original intent of the program to remediate contaminated sites are being implemented. So 2 significant Brownfield grant projects what I worked on during my tenure at the City of Ottawa are prime examples of the challenges faced by the development industry. One site is located at 175 Main Street. This development is referred to as Greystone Developments. This property was originally owned by St. Paul's University, was located along the Ottawa River. It was a former landfill site and had laid dormant since the original land use back in the 1950s. The cost to remediate the site was in the order of $25 million, of which the Brownfield grant approved covered 50% of the costs. The new development included 916 residential units comprised of single-family homes, townhouses, back-to-back townhouses, apartments, along with 36,000 square feet of retail space and partial demolition and rehabilitation of the Champlain building. The site previously was exempt from paying property taxes due to its religious designation. Anticipated property taxes for this entire development are approximately $5.2 million. The former landfill site may have remained in place for years, if not for the City of Ottawa Brownfield program playing a significant role in advancing this project forward. Another site to consider is the Zibi development, Chaudière Falls. It was formerly a pulp and paper mill dating back to the 1800s. It was an abandoned site located at the major gateway between the city of Gatineau and Ottawa, and sat undeveloped until 2018 when the major developer took on the redevelopment of the site. A Brownfield grant was approved by the State of Ottawa, which provided 50% of the cost to remediate the site. Overall eligible items cost by the developer represent over $120 million, of which the city will contribute approximately $60 million. These grants are only available to developer when actual costs of eligible items have been incurred and support the documentation claims submitted to the city. It was estimated that over $18 million per year in present value dollars in increased municipal property and education tax can be expected at the completion of the project. The original municipal tax bill at the time was $385,000. Brownfield grant was a catalyst which made this project feasible for the developer, and development has made great progress. So I think it's these 2 projects clearly demonstrate the ability to work with the development industry in fast-tracking development and generating significant municipal tax revenues from former dormant sites. The staff report presented to committee today includes a study conducted by RCI Consulting for the City of Ottawa in November of 2021, which supports the idea of the advantages of a Brownfield program and that indicated many municipalities across Ontario have Brownfield grant programs in place. This staff report to committee recommends the Brownfield grant program be subject to projects which only meet the new affordable housing CIP. It must be noted that the existing Brownfield grant program already does support the availability of grants to an affordable housing project. Okay. The thing is that this direction restricts Brownfields only to affordable housing units.
That's time, sir. If you wouldn't mind just wrapping up very quickly in 15 seconds or so, please.
Okay. So I understand that the city needs to address affordable housing issues, but feel there's a way to deal with this through a simpler approach. I would recommend that the Brownfield program be maintained as it is or reviewed in general, but that the affordable housing component be added to it so that it enhances the level of grant available to the affordable housing in terms of not 50% as recommended staff, but 100%. And that's what I'm looking for in terms of recommendations with this.
Thank you for your presentation. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Maire. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm the counselor for part of it is the Vanier area, which, as you know, has a lot of brownfield remediation that's needed. I have two questions. In your professional opinion, should we have some brownfield programs that sort of fell into this gray zone where they were sort of they got the brownfield right before the election, and then there was this gray zone, and then afterwards we paused it. Do you think the ones that were given the brownfield program should be grandfathered into the new program? And then my second question, so my dad was a millwright, so I do know a bit about how construction projects go, but some people say, you know, if you just want to build something, you can just go ahead and build, like you don't have to wait for a brownfield program. Why would you say that's not exactly accurate?
Mr. Mayor, in answer to the first part of the question, back in 2015, a Brownfield program update was implemented, and as part of the recommendations of the review, previous applications that were submitted to the City of Ottawa prior to the review of the report were grandfathered and carried the 2010 Brownfield policies in place. I think that's a fair approach in terms of how to do this. The Brownfield program should have been updated back in 2021, but for some reason was deferred. But having said that, I think to be consistent with past practices, it would probably be prudent to respect that approach in the previous applications that were submitted prior to the cancellation of the program by council. As part of the second question, did the Brownfield program have an implication on the projects moving forward? My past experience in dealing with developers through this, and they will say, and it's been presented to the council before, that it had a big impact on the performance of a project, and it could have made a difference in terms of having the project move ahead sooner than later. And those years of the delay that you're getting around, you're actually providing additional tax revenues that the city would not have gotten.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Merci.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Thank you, Mr. Buchanan.
Merci.
Thanks for your presentation.
Conseillère Plante.
We'll go next to Jason Burgraff. Welcome.
Well, thanks very much. I'm going to take 30 seconds of my time to, fortunately, Neil Malhotra, who's going to follow me, had to step away for an appointment. So I do want to pass along his comments of being generally supportive about the affordable housing CIP, and quite endorsing the stacking strategy overall. and his endorsement of moving the timeline from building permit to point of occupancy, which would then be able to capture projects that are currently under construction to get in those, or at least to consider those affordable housing units. But I do want to move on to my specific remarks, and they all revolve around the Brownfield CIP. Especially recommendations 7 and 8 in front of you this morning. And as per our written submission, and on behalf of GOBA and its members, really asking you today to consider rejecting recommendations 7 and 8 that are here before you. When one reads the staff recommendation report, especially the documents 8 and 9 that are supporting, it's clear that the Brownfield CIP has been successful in producing for the city. We've got 18,000 new homes. We've got 300,000 new square feet of office and rental space, thousands of permanent jobs. This is all in the staff report. It's also clear that that success comes despite this city not offering the same level of supports as other municipalities. Other municipalities that have successful programs have 100% cleanup costs. We're limited to 50. There's a 15% cap on soft costs. Other cities have no limited cap. And the city doesn't provide a rationalization as to why those limits exist here and not otherwise. But it has been successful in speeding up the development of contaminated land. And the staff report in particular points out that when you speed up that development by 2 years or more, then these projects are at least neutral or cash positive to the city moving forward. But despite all that, recommendation 7 in particular in front of you today is going to make it harder to access Brownfield CIPs by saying, hey, you've got to put in for the affordable housing CIP first. The stacking is fine, but allow people to still come in through the front door of the Brownfield CIP and not have to do the affordable housing as the first step. Let them bring it in after, but don't limit it to just affordable housing units. And very unfortunately, in this case, we weren't consulted on the proposals around the Brownfield CIP either. If we had been, one of the items we would have brought up was for transition policies with projects that are currently in stream. This speaks directly to recommendation 8. Recommendation 8 says there are 7 projects that were deemed complete as of the pause in December, and the staff's recommendation is to cancel those projects. So that choice of going with that recommendation today says, okay, there are 4,200 new homes that have plans to be built on contaminated sites, and we want you to decline the opportunity to move forward with those plans. It's a baffling position for the city who has an affordable housing, and a housing crisis to turn down those opportunities. It's a strange gap in logic there to make all brownfield sites to have affordable units. So you're taking a piece of land that's already difficult, already more expensive to do anything with, and then adding this additional hurdle on top of it to make it work. You want to consider having a contaminated piece of land, saying no, instead of having a CIP in place that will promote the cleaning up and utilization of that land faster, we'd rather wait years for economic conditions to be right for the proponent to move ahead without us. We'd rather have land potentially sit underutilized or not used at all than to have an appropriate brownfield CIP in place in this particular case. You want to have an affordable housing CIP, that's great. Again, there's a general endorsement to that, but don't impede the revitalization of contaminated brownfields by putting that affordable housing CIP as the door to getting to the brownfield CIP. Again, if staff had consulted on the brownfields suggestions at the appropriate time, then they would have heard all this months ago. And unfortunately, I have to bring it here to you today. So thanks very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, Councillor Curry, go ahead.
Thanks, Jason. I agree with what you're saying. I do. I keep asking the same question, because the federal government has announced the GST, provincial HST. Is that not changing the scenario? Because when you look at the FAQ document that was sent to us by Charmaine Forgy the other night, it is excellent in that it outlines the math for how much more money the city gets when it goes with brownfields grants and all the jobs that come out of it. the math is all laid out there very clearly in that document. So, but I think the argument sometimes is, well, maybe they would do that anyway. And now the argument could be that the federal government, provincial government are offering incentives. Would that not be enough?
So those incentives aren't tied to brownfields, right? There's nothing that's going to make any project that takes advantage, that is going to get that GST rebate to, reduce those land, or to use those lands in particular to do so. Let's remember, part of the idea of the brownfields is producing new units, but it's also cleaning up this contaminated land. There's a significant environmental and public good portion to this. Money and construction is going to go the path of least resistance, and pieces of land that are most prime are going to be the ones that get developed first, ones that are going to require significant money, effort, and time to get cleaned up and to put into utilization, like a piece of brownfields. It's going to be the very last piece that gets selected to move forward, unless there's a CIP in place that makes the advantage of using that particular piece of land better than any comparable piece.
I get that. Okay. And I just have one second question. So you're saying instead of having them go through the affordable housing CIP first, just still go brownfields. Do you think there would be take up for, because if that was their way in, there could still be stacking, that developers would be more interested than doing the brownfield site and ensuring there's affordable housing there?
Yeah, because the stacking would then be there, right? You can take it multiple advantage of getting up to your cap space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thank you for being here. Do you see some positive changes in any of the changes that staff are making to the programs?
We're focused mostly on the brownfields. Overall has been the majority of what we've had a chance to look at. Again, the affordable housing CIP generally is pretty good. We're happy with those recommendations overall. It's just a matter of putting that piece first ahead of all the others as a front door, as opposed to being able to kind of just stack whichever way you kind of come in.
To get into that front door, might that incentivize some developers to add some affordable housing so that they can stack the other provisions that staff have, I guess, allowed? There was no stacking before, but would that incentivize some people to say, look, because we're going to get the other benefits that come with this, it's worth it to put in some affordable housing into those buildings?
Well, you're adding, the two CIPs address different issues, but also, looking at difficult projects, right? A difficult project of cleaning up a piece of land to where it's suitable for habitation, in a residential sense, and then also delivering affordable housing units, which even under document 2 says, there's a lot of economic conditions right now that don't allow for the construction of a viable construction of affordable housing rental units even. So you're taking two difficult situations and forcing them to be together and and demanding that project work on a single piece of land. It's a very tall task to demand to have you solve both of these issues at once.
I guess the question is really, will it work, right? Will it actually incentivize some people to put in some more units that would be classified as market affordable that wouldn't have in the past? And then, of course, the question broadly on this plan was, always with the brownfield pieces, would development have occurred anyway, and what's our test for that? And I think that's the fundamental piece that's hard to get to. I mean, we just saw the airport CIP piece, right, where lots of people around this table said that, look, we may not need this for that to go forward, and indeed that was the case. And so it's a difficult one to get right. I used to work on these at FCM, and the percentage base was different in different cities for brownfield remediation. What do you say to the percentages that have come back, or I guess the funding caps that have come back in the original in these programs from staff?
So one of the things we had asked staff in some of our comments that we submitted over the summer about knowing that this was going to be reviewed was saying, hey, we need a bit of an analysis of the contaminated lands, what we think the contaminants are, to give us a good idea of what the cost would be to possibly remediate those. And then we can start getting a matrix of, how much contaminated land is there? What is the cost going to be for cleanup? And then you start giving yourself some information to be able to say, a 5 million cap or whatever is sufficient, right, to address those things. Without that kind of information, it's practically impossible to do that. In terms of considering would these projects have gone forward, right? The supporting documents, again, 8 and 9, go to great lengths to detail that it's virtually impossible to come up with a model like that. But nonetheless, there's been successful programs across the country and as well here, despite the fact that it's not offering the same incentives as other places.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. Just thinking back, and I don't want to repeat myself too much, but I did have those. I had a couple projects that were paused in the summer of 2022. What would you say, how much has construction and housing prices gone up since then, since say a year ago? How much has a project in a percentage cost gone up since about a year ago?
I appreciate the question. Don't hold me to it, but certainly, a construction cost of any project in the past year has gone up 30 to 40% on in general.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Interesting to know.
Okay.
Thanks
Thank
very
you,
much.
Jason. I understand Neil Malhotra, as you said, is no longer available.
Right.
So we will move to Randall Kemp. Afternoon. Welcome. You have to.
Slide presentation.
There you go.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. My name is Randall Kemp. I'm a commercial and residential property owner, mostly in the Wellington Village and Hindenburg neighborhoods. I was a founding board member of the Wellington West BIA, and I have been quite involved in the evolution of the community. Next slide. Mr. Chair, regarding the CIP program review, I support the creation of the Affordable Housing CIP. I think that this program will create many opportunities for nonprofit providers to build new affordable housing. I also support the continuation of the Montreal and Orleans CIPs. As a taxpayer, I support using tax increment equivalent grant initiatives to promote and facilitate development where circumstances are challenging. That being said, I do not support the restructuring of the Brownfield redevelopment CIP as presented in the report. The requirement that eligibility for a Brownfield CIP is contingent on qualifying for the Affordable Housing CIP undermines the utility of the program for properties that are located on main streets and minor corridors. These properties are widely impacted by groundwater contamination, which threatens the feasibility of building missing middle housing. Mr. Chair, the responsible course of action is to continue to provide the Brownfield redevelopment CIP as it existed before the review for our main streets and minor corridor. Next slide, please. Next slide. Main streets and minor corridors are typically relatively shallow lots abutting low-rise residential neighborhoods where building height is the primary issue for any new development. There simply is not enough scale to remediate the contamination, accommodate the 20% threshold at AMR levels, and still have the project economically feasible. You are asking for too much. These main streets and minor corridors are full of small business owners, many of whom have owned their properties for decades. Disqualifying 100% market rental housing from the Brownfield CIP will impose significant financial hardships on some of these families. The staff report accurately identified that many main streets had varying degrees of contamination. I can assure you that many owners of these lands, especially on main streets, are completely unaware that their property may be contaminated. Next slide, please. For example, my family purchased property on Parkdale Avenue near Scott Street in 1991. It consists of 3 residential houses and 2 parking lots. I have personally managed and maintained these properties for over 30 years. We recently conditionally sold the entire assembly, and as part of the due diligence process, the buyer completed a phase 2 environmental site assessment. The results of the investigation concluded that, quote, the groundwater in the southern portion of the subject site is impacted with chlorinated solvents used in the dry cleaning process, automotive repair business, or industrial manufacturing facilities. The VOCs don't pose a concern to the occupants, but the VOC impacted groundwater does pose a liability to the subject property, unquote. Mr. Chair, I estimate that liability to be a minimum of 20 to 30% of the value of the property. A second report found, and I quote, that the likely source of the VOC groundwater plume is off-site to the southwest with respect to the property, unquote. We have since discovered that there are 10 PCAs, 10 potential contaminating activities, former businesses that have used VOCs in the past, all located within 200 meters of our property. Next slide, please. Traditional main streets and minor corridors throughout Ottawa have this type of contamination. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, if your main street in your ward existed in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, and there were automobile service stations, dry cleaners, printing presses, printing businesses, then there is a very high probability that there are VOCs in the groundwater waiting to be discovered. Generally, if the city wants a contaminated property developed, there are 2 approaches to covering the cost of remediation. 1, increase the building area on the site by increasing height, or 2, provide compensation for the cost of the remediation with a Brownfield CIP. Next slide, please. This diagram was included in the Scott Street CDP and demonstrates what is permitted on most traditional main streets, 6 stories with a 45-degree angular plane. It was estimated that the cost to remediate the VOC contamination on our property is in the range of $1 million for a 6-story, 60-unit building. Next slide. To make this feasible without a Brownfield CIP, the building height would need to increase to at least 8 stories. This requires an OPA and a rezoning. If City Council says yes, then the site gets developed at the expense of the neighbors.
Okay.
If the answer is no,
that's time, sir.
I have
We'll
just
have to
one
stop.
slide left, sir.
We'll have to, if you could just wrap up in 10 seconds or
Sure.
less, sir, because you're already over time.
In my case, the status quo is 3 100-year-old houses and 2 parking lots, all located less than 250 meters from a new LRT station. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Property owners
Sir,
on main
sir,
streets and minor
I'm gonna ask you
corridors
to stop
throughout.
there. I think we get where you're going, but I'll open it up to questions for the delegation. If anyone has any questions. Okay, there are no questions, sir. Thank you. Thank you for
There
your
you go.
presentation. Okay, those are all the delegations. Any questions for staff? Conseillère Plante?
Oui, merci encore. So
Thank you once again.
if I was hearing correctly, the 3 presenters did more or less in some ways suggest that we should grandfather in the previous applications, but I don't see a recommendation in the report unless I missed it. Can staff clarify what the recommendation is on that issue?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the recommendation 8 addresses that. So we are proposing that they not be grandfathered, but that they, if they so choose, come forward in terms of the new program. So there's 7 applications. They all include residential components. 2 of them have an affordable housing component already. And we've heard from one of the developers that is involved with 3 of the 7 that they're interested in applying for the affordable housing CIP. So that would be the path forward.
And they've been made aware of that?
Sorry, it's in the report. They would have been notified of the report, yes.
So then what happens to something like 70 Nicholas, which is geared for students? Like, it is cheaper housing, it is smaller units, but it's not necessarily considered affordable because it's aimed at a specific population that is close to the university in that area.
So as I understand it, I'm assuming it's not student housing per se, but that it's geared to student housing. So I think it would be eligible under the Affordable Housing CIP, but yes, that's correct.
They are eligible?
Yes.
Okay, I will make sure they're aware. Thank you.
Merci. Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks to staff for the report and all the work that's gone into it. I know this has come at a busy time, but also was prescribed early in this council term to, I think, be more reflective of public sentiment on the issue. And I do appreciate many improvements that are proposed to the programs. I wanted to raise a couple of issues around some of the motions that I know, we're working on for council, but the report as it stands recommends average market rent units. And so, I just want to ensure that the rent doesn't increase from that first year base year that we want to maintain, and then could potentially change dramatically year over year after that. So I guess in other words, is average market rent, is it calculated once for each applicant under the CIP and then not updated every year based on current market conditions? Is that how it's working, or would it be updated every single year?
Mayor, we would have to enter into agreements with developers for the contribution of any affordable units. And we would tie those units to a limit in an increase on their rents, likely the provincial guidelines, which apply to other not-for-profit housing and ensures that there is a cap to the amount that the rent can increase.
Okay.
And if I kept it consistent with what we apply to our other not-for-profit partners, it would also remain under average market rent, the annual increase in average market rent by CMHC.
Okay. And then sometimes we see developments that are a longer term and sometimes a shorter term. So I guess why is the term 20 years instead of a term that's more in line with the life of a building, like 80, 90, 99 years?
Mayor, we have aligned this program with our Action Ottawa program. This is what we require as a minimum, 20 years, typically with our not-for-profit partners. It also aligns with the CMHC National Housing Strategy programs, financing programs that we would expect developers to apply for in conjunction with delivering a purpose-built rental product.
Okay. I would just say that, the longer the better in these cases, because so often we see that average market rent piece and then it's over in 10 years and then those units are back to being expensive units. So I think the longer the better. I did want to just point out one concern that the city could end up spending or committing a pretty large amount of property tax grants on an annual basis. And I know I'm working with you now, our office is working with you to make sure that there is an overall cap. I know you have the individual caps, but there's an overall spending limit. The city has spent an enormous amount of money on these programs over the last 10, 15 years. And it would be wise to have a top cap, not just within the program itself, but overall for both all the programs you're mentioning here today. I just wonder, is that something you're open to, is discussing that overall cap and how much money the city would actually be spending on this every single year?
Thank you, Chair. I think that's something we would need to sit down and discuss with finance in terms of what are those implications. Who would be eligible? If it's annually, how do you turn off the tap, so to speak? And then what is the potential impact of pushing that cost out multiple years? So that's something I think we want to explore with our colleagues in finance.
Okay, thanks. And I'll just mention, Mayor, we're doing a budget survey right now in concert with other councillors. And we've asked respondents, if the city was to reallocate funds from an existing item to fund other budget priorities, what would they choose? The overwhelming response that we're getting back from residents, and this is 1,900 people that have filled out the survey, 70% of them have chosen, this piece as in a list of more than 20 options that are presented to the public. They choose this one as a reallocation potential for other priorities in the city. So I think it speaks to the public concerns that were outlined, during the election, and appreciate a lot of good work that's gone into this, and hopefully we can keep working towards some other improvements at council. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. CIP is great. So good work on that. I did want to ask, so the original Orleans CIP, the first one and then the integrated one, why was that created?
So the most recent version, it was a companion effort with the secondary plan for the area, and it was really trying to drive the economy in the Orleans area in terms of improved jobs, improving some of the Main Street environments that were in need of revitalization. So I would say it was all those aspects to generate economic development, increased number of jobs, and revitalization of the area.
And that's because historically the East End has struggled to attract economic development, correct?
Yes, Chair, that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. So is it staff's, because what I don't see in what's proposed is that economic development component. Specifically, obviously, I'm looking at the lens for the East End. So is it staff's opinion that the economic development environment in the East End has changed and that there's no longer a requirement to have an incentive there for that purpose?
So perhaps I glossed over it in my presentation, Chair, but there is an economic development component retained in both the Montreal and Orleans CIPs. We recognize that there are areas where residential is not either appropriate or permitted. So there are components of that, and I could ask either Mr. Wise or Ms. Van Buskirk to come forward and walk through that if you like, but there is that element remaining still.
Sure. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at is what's proposed comparable from an economic development perspective, recognizing that there is an element, but is it comparable, or are we losing some of the incentive that was there historically?
So I would say it's comparable. The threshold is higher. So, the uplift of tax, as I mentioned, has to be more significant to take advantage of the CIP program. So we're looking for more substantive developments than perhaps some of the things we saw in the past, a single story commercial building. So we're looking for more of that uplift, more of that economic generation in terms of whether it's jobs or residential units. So the criteria have changed, but that was with intention.
Okay. David White, I see you've approached. Did you have anything to add? Or not David White, sorry, David Wise. No, you're. And is there any other economic development sort of plans underway? Because this is a bit of a shift, right? Historically, we've had these in place for that purpose. So is there other reviews taking place to sort of determine if there is still the need for that geographic specific plan in certain areas? Obviously not Canada North, but in other areas of the city?
Sure, Chair, I'll start and perhaps David could add on. So as you probably are aware, we'll be coming forward with our new economic development strategy early in the next year. So there could be projects and initiatives that flow from that. And as part of our departmental work plan, we will be doing a number of secondary plan projects for the area. For instance, one of the reasons why we're recommending a pause of the airport program is that there will be a future secondary plan, and we'll take a fresh look at, how to help the airport moving forward. So there will be some planning studies that come forward that we'll be looking at incentives, and then there is the strategy I mentioned.
Okay, I mean, finally, I'm wondering if a consideration could be made to continue to waive the planning and building permit fees. I know it's to bring it in line with the rest of the CIPs, but again, to act as that sort of incentive for economic development. I don't know if that was considered or if your thoughts on that. But if that could remain for Orleans, do you think that that could continue to incentivize?
Thank you, Chair. So yes, the intention was there to make it consistent with the other CIP programs and to reduce any financial impacts on the city or, the department's budget. So certainly, that's subject to the will or direction of council, but the intent there was to use the tax uplift as the sole source of funding these moving forward.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm tempted to, or I think I am going to dissent on 7, 8, 9, so I'm not happy with where we're at with the Brownfield yet. One of the delegations suggested we keep the Brownfield rules as is for main streets and minor corridors. Are we even allowed to do that? Can we be that specific in restrictions on geographic locations?
Yes, we could tell the existing program is tailored to design priority areas, so there could be a geographic distinction made. We're not proposing that as part of the recommendations, however.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking, well, there's maybe a few things we could find as a compromise. Instead of canceling everything that was in progress, maybe we allow them to continue, but with the $5 million cap or a similar cap. Maybe if they're to stay coupled with the brownfields, coupled with the affordable housing, maybe we could consider a higher cap in some circumstances, but a few ideas that I'd like to explore with staff between now and council. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Luloff.
Yeah, just to, I suppose, continue on the line of Councillor Kitts. A one size fits all solution doesn't work in this case. And I think that we'd be fooling ourselves if we say today that we really believe that the economic conditions are the same in Orleans as they are on Montreal Road or in the downtown core. History tells us no, that it's not. We worked really hard over the course of the last term on a secondary plan for Orleans to direct growth and to start to see some of the economic growth, housing growth, and amenities that we've been pushing for years in the East End. And then to ensure that that stick came with a carrot, we worked on an integrated CIP for Orleans that passed council last term. What does this say, to the businesses and the landowners in Orleans that, less than 2 years later, we're going to move the goalposts. We're going to pull the rug out from underneath them. I was pleased that, council and this committee allowed an application that had come in, the first out of the gate under the integrated CIP. However, we haven't even given it a chance to succeed. We have no idea what that hard work would have done for Orleans. And now we're going to say that, it's the same, it's the same across the city. We recognized special economic districts where, things are booming, like in Councillor Curry's ward, where, we want to encourage that growth. We want to ensure that we're there to support that economic growth. And then we also recognize that there are areas that don't have that same sort of growth. And we use the only economic tool that we have as a municipality to encourage that growth. And now we're going to water it down. And I can't, I'm really pleased with the work that was done on the affordable housing CIP. I think that that's great. I'm not pleased with the Brownfields CIP. In an area that I previously represented, that's now represented by Councillor Dudas, I don't think that we could have gotten Lee Cross Landing without a brownfield grant. There's no way. There's no way that we would have gotten that affordable housing. That's owned affordable housing that was put together in a major community effort. You know, we've got several other brownfields on St. Joseph that we'd love to see become housing, but it's not going to become a reality if we continue to water down these policies. I find the assertion that we need to level the playing field, frankly, insulting when the playing field has been tilted away from Orleans for so long. And here we are watering down this policy. That's really all I have to say about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, team. Very exciting to have more affordable housing. Every opportunity is needed, and it's very much appreciated. One thing that concerned me in the previous brownfield guidelines was that we gave an incentive if the brownfield was near transit. However, we never specified about housing. We just said an incentive near transit. And therefore, having a warehouse, a drive-in warehouse, got the incentive. And that certainly drew my attention and made me wonder what we should be doing differently. Are we still offering incentive for near transit? I apologize if I missed that.
Chair, those, the issue you're referring to in terms of some of those uses are no longer eligible, and that's specified in the new criteria, like self-storage, automotive related. There's a long list of uses that would not be eligible.
I appreciate that. But are we putting extra incentive for affordable housing near transit that are brownfields?
Mayor, in the current program, in the proposed program, there is no priority areas. It is the same across the city.
Okay, because that's of course where we want affordable housing the most. And it was in the old system, but not labeled for affordable housing, just labeled to have development near transit. So we're moving in the right direction. I appreciate that. I want to know how we're working with nonprofits to get deeper affordable housing units on these brownfields. What are we doing to encourage them? Because obviously their affordable units are going to stay affordable since they don't have a profit.
Mayor, the affordable housing CIP is applicable to both private sector and not-for-profit organizations, so they would equally qualify. But our not-for-profits definitely offer 100% AMR and under, so they would potentially qualify for a CIP to all their units. But I guess we would have to look at the cap.
I get that. What I'm saying is how we're encouraging it, because that will be better for us in the long run if we're encouraging nonprofits, if there's speeding up the process, whatever we need to do, because that's the kind of affordability we need, is what nonprofits like Ottawa Community Housing and others are offering. So, I mean, private developers offer a different kind of affordable housing. We know that. So are we streamlining? Are we helping those nonprofits?
Thank you. We work very closely with all of our not-for-profit housing providers to streamline, to advance their projects, to consider funding opportunities, and this would certainly just be one other opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. So on the committee recommendations, are they approved? Barry?
I'll dissent on everything except for the affordable housing CIP. Thanks.
Okay.
Dissent on 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, so Councillor Gower is dissenting on 7, 8, and 9. And sorry, Councillor Luloff, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm dissenting on everything except for the affordable housing CIP.
Okay.
I dissent on 7, 8, and 9.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move to the next item that we held, which is 6.3, the acquisition lease. There are some delegations on this. We will start. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, team. There are some delegations on this, and we will start with Mark Gown or Gown. Is Mark gone or Gown either online or in person? Okay, we'll move to the next presentation from Lee Lacombe. Lee Lacombe, are you ready to go? Okay, we don't see that person online either. Kate Twiss. Kate Twiss. Welcome. Just turn on the microphone in front of you if you don't mind. There's a button right at the base of the microphone.
Thank you.
There you go.
I live 2 streets over from 1 Corkstown Road. I'm not here in any official capacity. I'm only representing myself as a local resident. I cannot in good conscience represent the views of the Crystal Beach Lakeview Community Association. There has been no time for us to come to any kind of a consensus. We first heard about this just over a week ago. No wonder my neighbors are shocked and defensive. Opinions are mixed, but it seems that the majority and the loudest are angry, suspicious, and defensive. While I understand that the process may require staff to do homework before taking ideas to the public, the way this has been handled is unfortunate. Many people in my community feel that they have been ambushed. They think the timing is deliberate to trick them and browbeat them, and that if it is being done this quickly, it must be because it is a bad thing. If people had had more time, they might have come around to seeing the value of the proposal. It is no surprise that they don't trust assurances that the shelter will continue to be family housing. Can you blame them? The damage has been done. My neighbors are coming up with every argument they can think of. They're worried about crime, urban decay, a lowering of their property values. We do have a lovely place to live here, a purely residential, outer urban old subdivision. It is constantly under threat from one stupid thing or another, though, and to many of us, this must just seem like another threat. One of the arguments is that a single institutional room is not an appropriate place to raise a family. That is in fact true, but as it turns out, it's the best that Ottawa manages to do. People would be surprised. The old motel rooms we've been using are just as tight as this will be. In fact, this building might be better than most of our transitional family housing. It has a few adjoining rooms, some large programming rooms on the ground floor, and enough grass around it for a couple of picnic tables. People say it will cost a lot to make it suitable, but I think they don't understand how little we actually spend on making transitional housing suitable. I am confident that we thrifty taxpayers will do the minimum we can get away with, aside from actually leaving children on the sidewalk for the winter, and maybe we'll do that too. This proposal is actually a cost-effective solution. Lack of schools is not a good argument. These kids will get bused to the same schools our few remaining kids here get bused to. If the shelter kids had been here a few years ago, we might not have lost St. Thomas. Some people say that we might get better bus service with a few more people in the community, especially people who probably won't have cars. I don't believe that. OC Transpo does not have enough money to improve our service. These kids will have to take 2 buses to get to a library or walk to the bookmobile at Bayshore. The bookmobile is usually open 2 hours a week. On one bus, their moms can get to Walmart, but not to the places in Bell's Corners the rest of us drive to for our groceries and services, like the library, banking, or thrift stores. Parks. My one concern might be the park. I'm always going on about parks because I never hear anybody in these council and committee meetings talk about how we're going to plan for more parks. So here with this proposal, we're just cheerfully going to dump another building full of people onto Andrew Hayden Park because that's what we do. Fortunately, this proposal is in the early days of Andrew Hayden Park's death by 1,000 cuts. The low-rise apartments with no land around them are just beginning to spring up along our stretch of Carling. The 4 huge new towers haven't gone in at Bayshore yet. We don't yet have 3 or 4 dwellings on our lots. I don't think these families will be having the big family picnics that already clog up Andrew Hayden Park at 6 o'clock on Saturday evenings. I think the transition people are more likely to go over there a few at a time. I'm not too worried about them. Someday, though, the overuse of Andrew Hayden Park will need to be addressed. In the meantime, there is room for the kids at Andrew Hayden Park. Like it or lump it, we are part of this city and we have a responsibility to be part of the solution. Using an empty retirement residence is a better idea than putting people in Mackey House, our community center, or in our library, as my sister tells me Peterborough is doing. I met a few people in transitional housing once. They didn't have horns. They didn't attack me. They were just people. We have some group homes in the community and they've fit in fine. I frankly doubt that our property values are going to plummet. Land is just too valuable now, and Crystal Beach Lakeview will still continue to be a wonderful place to live. Do I want transitional housing? Not really. What I want is more affordable housing, deeply affordable housing. And what I want is for other levels of government to support all the needs that municipalities have.
Okay.
In the meantime, Crystal Beach Lakeview does have room for some families in crisis, and I look forward to some bright young faces in our sleepy old hood. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Kate, for coming out today. You waited a long time and I appreciate it. And I appreciate that these are your personal opinions. Is there any specific questions you'd like me to ask staff? Because you can't, of course, I can do that. As you know, this is transitional housing, and it's it will take over from motels that currently we're using. And you've probably heard that presentation at the meeting that this is less expensive than motels and far better for the family, since there's staffing and other resources there. So just checking in if there's any questions that are left outstanding on this particular proposal.
I think we would have, I shouldn't say we, I would have logistical questions about timing. How long is this going to take? Are we going to have any more chance to discuss it? What is it going to cost to transform an old retirement home into family housing? And I think people want to know if there are other options that might be more suited to an old retirement home. Long-term care. There was a rumor that the Queensway Carleton Hospital was going to put some of its long-term care beds in there. Housing for poverty-stricken seniors. I think there's maybe a need for that as well. I don't know. These are the kinds of comments I've heard in my neighborhood.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And the rumors about Queensway, Carleton Hospital, we're not vax. So
It was such an abrupt change to social housing, you know?
it's an empty building. I think that's
Yes.
what it's
Yes.
about. So I will ask some of your questions.
Thank you.
And again, I appreciate you coming out.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
We'll go next to Keith Chadwick. Okay, can you just turn on the microphone so we can hear what you're saying? Lots of people online.
Having been here since 9:30, I feel like I've made up for 8 years of not being in a meeting.
Sure.
But not.
How do you think I feel?
I don't know how you do it. I don't know. I had to go get chocolate before I passed out. My name is Keith Chadwick. I live in Crystal Beach, and I have actually been there since 1976. I am here representing myself and several other members who have contacted me through the community Facebook. I'm going to read something real quickly for you. First off, want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity to speak. But before I begin, I want to recognize the concerns that are coming from the community. But I want to state clearly that what I've seen is very reactionary statements where there's something brought up, oh, we're going to bring in transitional families. And then the instant reply is they're bringing drugs, they're bringing this, they're bringing that. This is a ridiculous response, but it's a response brought about maybe because of the perception that this happened quickly. Now, why did it happen quickly? I can't take credit for this. I'm certainly not, but I did contact Councillor Kavanaugh in the summer in regards to that empty building. It's sitting there. It's being heated. It's got power, and we're not using it. Okay? We need to use it quick. Every day that building sits empty is immoral from my point of view. And I'm going to give you a quick story. And I'm going to start with 1968. Trust me, it's quick. 1968, we immigrated from Liverpool, England. Don't have an accent anymore. My dad came over, found a job at Northern Electric. Called up me mum, said, Beryl, pack up the kids, we're immigrating. I'm 4 months old. My brother Colin, he's 4 years old. My brother Neil's 6. She arrived here by herself, met me, Dad. August 19th, September 9th, Colin, my son, drowned. Not my son. My brother drowned. And I'll tell you what happened. We lived in Parkwood Hills. You know what lived in Parkwood Hills? All the people were armed forces people. You know what they did? They showed what Canadian communities are. They helped my family. And that's why we stayed. In 1976, we moved to Crystal Beach. I grew up there. I watched the sailing club being built. My father was one of the founding members. I watched Andrew Hayden Park being built. My best friend, Billy, growing up in Crystal Beach, I lost track 20 years ago. This summer, we saw pictures of people living in the tunnel, going to Andrew Hayden. I went and checked. It was my friend Billy, who used to live in Crystal Beach, who grew up there. Now he's viewed as undesirable. We have an empty building. We have refugee families. We have little kids who have probably never seen anything except hurt, pain, death, and poverty. Some of these kids have grown up in nothing but camps. And if you want to see a good thing for a child, take my word for it as a child psychologist. You bring them into an environment where there's children playing, where there's love. Andrew Hayden Park, go there any Saturday. Close your eyes, smell and listen. You'll hear languages from every place of this world. You'll smell foods from India, from Pakistan, from South America. It is what Canada is. It is what multiculturalism is. And I can think of no better place for young children to come to this country than to be in a community that now has armed forces personnel because D&D moved into North South, right? And has an active cultural community. I can think of no better place for young children to wake up and finally feel bloody safe, maybe for the first time in their lives. Immigrants is what makes this country. Refugees was what makes this country. I'm a refugee, not a refugee. I was an immigrant, but we felt like refugees after my brother died. So our community is a great community. We even have a movable tiki bar where we have winters. People plow the pond so people can skate. Everybody works towards everybody. I can think of no better community than One Corkstown to bring refugee families in. What I want to volunteer. I'll volunteer. It's got spaces. They got cooking. Let's do some cooking stuff with the community. Breaking bread is the best way to introduce people over food. Teach us your food from your culture. We'll show you ours. This is what communities do. And if right now, the most needed need with the weather coming in is refugee families, then I trust Councillor Kavanagh to do the right thing as she sits on that board. So I trust her. And so do a lot of the people in Crystal Beach. But it's up to us in Crystal Beach to demonstrate, and I think we can do this.
That's time.
What refugees, what community really means in Canada. We can do this. Let's make this a positive, not a negative on economics, but a positive on life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your presentation.
Now I'm gonna go have a beer. You can't, it's a late.
A pint.
But speaking
Pint.
of, if you wish to, you can always come down on our summer holidays and have a chat.
Councillor Kavanagh, before you go, sir.
Just a very quick thank you, Keith. Very much appreciated. You're very sincere, and hopefully we'll have, if this goes through, and we'll work on getting together with the communities.
I can understand why this has come about quickly, because there is a time constraint and you are trying to get things done as quickly as possible. I will say that I think that there does need to be better transparency with the community, although I do not know how you might go about that, because there is always an onus on for people in the community to pay attention and read, like the Bay Bulletin. If they don't pay attention and then they complain, it's not your fault.
Thank you, and I appreciated that story about the person in the tunnel, because that
I can't help them.
That connection is just amazing.
That's why I'm so upset when I first discovered that. Imagine your childhood friend, and I can't help them. I'm not in a position where I can do that risk. But all my neighbors are saying, oh, he's criminal. No, he's just a person that fell on bad times. Like everybody that needs help.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers,
Thanks for
guys.
your patience today. Okay. All right, on the item then, is it carried? Oh,
Promised I would ask.
sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yes.
promised I would
Yeah.
ask questions on behalf
Go ahead.
of
Go ahead, Councillor Kavanagh.
the delegation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I just wanted to know about the timing and why there was such a quick time, why why the city had to move on this so quickly, which obviously was problematic in getting the message out to the community that this was going to happen. So I just want to be able to give them an explanation. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, today we're asking for delegate authority to go in and negotiate the deal with the property owner. I can't today speculate on how long it's going to take to get the deal done. We do want to move as fast as we can. I think it's evident that we're under an emergency for homelessness, and that's why we're moving as quick as we can.
Thank you. It came up so many times, and so I have to ask this question. And again, about, why wasn't it considered for long-term care? That was a question. And I know the answer, but I just want to hear it from the city of why we did not consider this for long-term care for seniors, et cetera, when we had the opportunity to lease this property.
Mr. Mayor, this property came to our attention through the community. It is an empty building, and as we approach negotiations with the property owner, we are negotiating for use of the building. It would be up to the owner to identify whether or not they had a previous intention to use the building. And from a city perspective, we do not build or initiate long-term care. It would be a provincial responsibility. And we have not heard from the owner that they are waiting or have an intention to move forward in that manner.
Thank you. Just one last question, and that was on costs of renovation. There was concern about that and just overall, and I think it's an opportunity to compare it to housing people in motels, what the costs are in comparison.
Thank you for the question. We don't have an estimate of the actual costs for the renovations yet. It's still very preliminary, and we don't have those exact figures yet.
However, compared to housing people in motels, isn't that public knowledge that there's a difference versus having people in one building?
Mr. Mayor, the business case for this potential lease is identified in the confidential document number 1. If you had questions related to that, we can answer those, but we would have to go in camera.
Okay, we'll work off on the side on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So is the item carried then? Thank you. Let's move to item 8, motions of which notice has previously been given. Item 8.1, I understand there is a deferral motion from Councillor Luloff. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. Be it resolved that the motion right-of-way land exchange 1015 Tweddle Road be deferred to the next regular meeting of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee scheduled for December 5th, 2023. I want to give the applicants and staff a little bit longer to work on a solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Luloff. Is that carried?
Carried.
There are no in-camera items. I'll note the information previously distributed. No notices of motion, no inquiries. There is one item under other business. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Looking, that the following motion be added to the agenda of today's meeting so that staff can proceed with their review as soon as possible. And it's a motion on the transit long-range financial plan. In the interest of time, I'll read most of it, but not all of it, because it's quite a lengthy motion. Whereas the city hosted a technical briefing on September 18th on the transit long-range financial plan, and whereas the transit LRFP's transit affordability model is a comprehensive assessment of affordability based on a forecast on all transit-related revenues and capital expenditures from 2023 to 2048. And whereas post-COVID and new economic realities have forced a drastic change in the model used to build the 2019 LRFP, creating an affordability gap that will need to be addressed. Therefore, be it resolved, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend Council direct staff to explore all of the mitigation tracks outlined at the technical briefing. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to set up as soon as is practicable an internal working group on transit to explore ways to increase revenue and ridership and reset a path to long-term sustainability. And be it further resolved that the internal working group be made up of city staff from the relative departments, working with the mayor as well as the chairs of the Transit Commission, Transportation Committee, and LRT Subcommittee to better coordinate the city's efforts in regards to advocacy with other levels of government, identifying new funding and revenue sources for transit infrastructure and operations, accelerating land use planning near transit stations and transit priority corridors. And be it further resolved that the working group meet bi-weekly or as needed, report to council quarterly on updates and progress by way of memo. Be it further resolved that the working group and staff review includes, but is not limited to, all possible affordability levers on which combination of levers are needed, including, and there's a list of about 20 bullet points that I will not read out. Be it further resolved that staff report to council quarterly on updates and progress by way of memo and provide the first progress report to council no later than Q2 2024.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gower. Is that carried?
Mayor, just one quick question. Are we like in such?
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna.
Oh, just a question on it then?
Yeah, no, but Councillor King has his hand up.
Okay,
Sorry.
is it to get it on the agenda or no? Are we just talking about getting on the agenda now, or are we? Okay.
No, this is a motion, right? Yeah. Council, come on. This is. Do we need a vote to get it on the agenda in this case?
Mr. Mayor, I was not paying attention to listen to whether committee had agreed already to add this to the agenda.
No, we did not. Sorry.
So that would be the first step.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So first, is it a suspension of the rules situation or is it? Because it wasn't under.
With
yeah.
unanimous consent or 2/3 at committee to add it to the agenda.
Okay. All right. Are we okay to add it to the agenda?
Yeah.
Carried.
It's a question.
A question on that?
Yeah. So just on the question on the adding to the agenda, are we, and I think I'm fine with adding it, but I want to ask a question to, I guess, the mover or staff. Like, are we in such an urgent situation that we can't do this at Transit Commission or LRT subcommittee? It just, we're doing it now, but what's the rush, I guess?
So the intention is, I will hope I'll get committee support today so that it can rise to council for discussion in 2 weeks' time.
In 2 weeks' time, we go to council.
Yeah, bringing it to finance committee because this is typically the committee where we review LRFP.
Okay. I think I'm fine with that. Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Is everybody okay with it being added to the agenda?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So then on the motion itself. Anyone? Gary?
So just there's one thing on the motion is.
Councillor King, did you have your hand up before? You're okay. All right, go ahead, Councilman Knox.
So just on, I think I'm supportive of it. We need to discuss these issues. Just right now, the representation is just, it's three, it's not representative of neither the urban or rural area. And we should have representation in all areas of the city on it. The issue is there's different obviously needs and outcomes for those areas. And right now we're not representing. So this is a huge piece of work here. And so I just would recommend we change the makeup of it slightly. Because I think we're not representing everybody right now. So other than that, I think I'm good with the motion and it makes sense to go forward. So I think with, right now we've got the chairs of the Transit Commission, Transportation Committee and LRT Subcommittee. I'm the chair of the Environment Committee. I would be willing to serve. I think others might be willing to serve as well to represent the rural area. I think we need to make sure we just have representation. Other than that, I think we're good. So I think we should obviously try to be represented.
Sorry, thanks. Councillor Gower, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, certainly open to having that conversation between now and council. We do have to watch for some quorum issues around light rail subcommittee in particular, but open to having that dialogue.
Yeah, and I think the intent was, number one, any work that's done by this group is still going to have to go to committees and go to council. So there's not, there's nothing that's happening without that level of engagement. And the idea was to keep, as we've done with other working groups, to keep them as small and nimble as possible to allow for frequent meetings and not, scheduling issues of trying to coordinate 6-7 people's schedules, right? So that was a consideration as well, but we can have that conversation between the meetings. Okay, is the motion carried?
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Carried.
Okay, carried. Thank you.